on Channel 8. Rolling, ready to go.
Very good. Welcome, everyone, to the special meeting of the Boulder City Council for Tuesday, April 13th. We're going to start tonight with an explanation of our language interpretation services, and then we'll move on into announcements. So I'll turn it over to you, Ryan, to get started on that.
Thank you so much, and welcome everyone this evening. I will pass it to Manuela, who will give an explanation in English and then in Spanish for interpretation. Please, Manuela.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, everybody. The way to select the language channel is at the bottom of your screen. You will see an icon in the form of a globe. And if you click on that, you will be able to select the language that you need. You'll see English and Spanish. Bienvenidos a todos esta noche. Tenemos servicio de interpretación y para seleccionar su idioma lo pueden ver si están en una computadora, en la parte de abajo de su pantalla. Va a haber un icono en forma de globo terráqueo y le dan clic y pueden escoger español para escuchar esta reunión en español. Muchas gracias.
Super. Thank you for that. A few announcements tonight before we get started. COVID-19 exposure notifications. You can add an app to your phone at the website www.addyourphone.com, and that will tell you if you've been near someone else with the app who has a diagnosis of COVID. And then there's more information available on getting a COVID vaccine and to sign up for notifications when you're eligible. And you can see the website on the screen there, boco.org/COVID vaccine notify sign up. And then finally, boards and commissions. We are continuing to accept applications for volunteer positions on 3 of our boards and commissions: Boulder Junction Access District Parking and Boulder Junction Access District Travel Demand Management, as well as the Beverage Licensing Authority. If you are interested, and we would love to have you join us on one of these boards, you can apply at the website, which is up on the screen. And that is the end of our announcements for tonight. So Alicia, could you please call the roll?
So Alicia, you're muted.
Thank you. I thought I was all ready too. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Nagel. Swetlick.
Here.
Wallach.
Present.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Present.
And Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Very good, thank you. And we only have one item that we need to add to the agenda tonight. That's to add item 7A, which will be a scheduling discussion for April 20th and May 4th. CEC made some suggestions, but we wanted to run them past council. So if I could get a motion to amend the agenda.
So moved. And Sam, you might mention after we pass this motion why we're not having open comment tonight, why this is a special meeting.
We are not having open comment tonight because it's a special meeting, and we only do open comments at regular meetings, first and third Tuesdays of the month. All right, we got the motion and second. Anyone object to adding item 7A? Seeing none, we will add that. And then Chris, I will turn it over to you for our next item.
Great. Good evening, council members. Thank you, Mayor Weaver. Our first item is our monthly COVID public health briefing. So I will welcome Lexi Nolan from Boulder County Public Health, as well as Chris Campbell and potentially some others from their team. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lexi.
Thank you very much. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Good evening.
Yes.
I'm Lexi Nolan. I'm the Acting Executive Director of Boulder County Public Health. We'll be providing a data update as well as information on the public health order that will go into effect on Friday, followed by an update by Chris Campbell on vaccinations. So beginning with some familiar maps, you'll see that Boulder County is in yellow in terms of our incidence. It's at 140.9 this week, which is down from 172.7 last week. So we are improving slightly in terms of our cases. Our current positivity rate is 4.8%, which puts us in level blue, again, down from last week when it was 5.3%. We are currently seeing 8 days of decreasing and stable hospitalizations, which is unfortunately down from 11 days last week. So that is a worsening trend. And if we look specifically at cases, trend lines of cases, we see that cases are decreasing. We're seeing about 66 cases a day. It's down a little bit from last week. It's still higher than it was a few weeks ago. That is largely connected to the variants that we're seeing that are more transmissible than the original. We see 33 cases in the past week, in 33% of the cases in Longmont, 32% in Boulder. What that means is that our proportion of cases in the city of Boulder is actually decreasing significantly, and our other municipalities are decreasing as well, though not at quite the rapid pace. If we do breakdowns by age, we can see that we did have some rising trends among all of the age groups in the last week, and that what we've been seeing over the past week is a pretty consistent decrease among all ages, which is good news. Still high numbers in the younger populations, not terribly surprising as school is back in session. And our younger populations only recently began to have access to vaccinations. We are seeing decreased cases among the 18 to 22-year-olds. CU students are accounting for about 59% of those cases at this point. And if we look at cases by race and ethnicity, what we see is that disparities in cases among Hispanic Latinx residents are much lower than in February. The number of cases is declining in all groups, but the proportion of cases between Hispanic Latinx is increasing, although it's lower than previously. The Hispanic Latinx population has about 17% of the cases, representing about 14% of the population. These are challenges that we are working to support that community to be able to get vaccination that Chris will talk about more in a few minutes. In terms of testing, we're averaging about 1,760 tests per day. That's going down a little bit. We do want to encourage people to continue to test as we work to get everyone vaccinated. Testing is really important right now as we see the variants working through the population. Our positivity has been stable for a few weeks at about 5%. It's a little bit lower than this today. This is a slightly delayed graph, but what we really want to see is that percentage positivity to drop back down under 3%. And because it's close to 5%, that's another reason to really encourage folks to get tested so that we're sure that what we're seeing in the community as our case numbers is an accurate reflection of what's in the community. In terms of hospitalizations and deaths, our hospitalizations are staying fairly stable in Boulder County. They are going up in some other counties. And we have not had any deaths so far in April. We had one in March. So that's wonderful news. That is a testament to our older population getting vaccinated. And again, Chris will provide some additional information on that. What we're seeing is social distancing is decreasing to pre-pandemic levels. People are getting very comfortable. They're standing close to each other. And this is true not just in Boulder, but across Colorado and nationally. And I wanted to share this projection with you from the University of Colorado School of Public Health, which is really a look at the projected additional deaths that would occur if we have significant masking restrictions lifted and policy changes related to the dial to open up speedily, or both with a 10% addition that would account for growing transmission by the variant. And what this projection shows is how we can control those additional deaths by delaying and slowing our policy changes just by 1 month. So if we can hold on to our mask restrictions and we can step down from the dial more slowly, we'll see significantly fewer additional deaths across the state, according to these modeling projections. Just a quick comment on violations of nuisance parties and adherence to emergency orders. We did see higher numbers in February and March. We are seeing lower numbers now. That's good news for us in terms of enforcement needs. And so just to kind of summarize what we're seeing in terms of state trends and responses, we're seeing at the state level, we're seeing higher numbers of cases, higher percent positivity and hospitalizations. This is being interpreted as a fourth wave for Colorado. We are not seeing significantly increasing deaths at this point. We are seeing prevalence of the B117 variant significantly, and there are 5 other variants that are in the population right now that have been identified. Our transmission control is at around 68%, which is good news. We need to keep that up. We're seeing about 1 in 207 people as infectious. If the vaccinations continue apace and we delay removal of the mask mandate, as we ordered through our public health order last week, which continued the mask mandate for indoors in particular, and we can delay significant dial changes for a month, we're projected to prevent a large number of deaths and hospitalizations. So the key messages are that the epidemic curve is uncertain at this point. We need about an 8-week focus on vaccines and transmission control. This is a little bit of a race against the variants, and even one vaccine is good for people to get. It confers about 80% protection, which is terrific. We do have plenty of infrastructure to deliver the vaccines if we can continue to receive them. We will likely continue to see some disparities as we continue to try to catch up and get everyone vaccinated. We are looking at an emergency use authorization that is likely to come through in about 3 to 4 weeks for 12 to 15-year-olds to receive the vaccine, which would be wonderful. And we're hoping to see ages 6 to 11 approved maybe over the summer. So our strategy is to hold cases down until mid-May when vaccination rates are significantly higher, to keep indoor masking and some restrictions in place for a month to significantly reduce deaths, hospitalizations, and potential case surges, and to reach our priority populations, including Hispanic, Latinx, LGBTQ, other populations that may have challenges getting to the vaccine through programs with our ambassadors, our community influencers, and our community equity clinics, which Chris will describe in a bit more detail in a moment. Trina, would you like to discuss the public health order that we are proposing for, that has been approved to go into effect on Friday?
Yes. So there are 2 public health orders that Boulder County Public Health Board of Health have issued. Lexi made reference to the mask order already. Masks are still required in all indoor public places within Boulder County, and some municipalities may have more protective orders in place. Masks are not required outdoors, though they are recommended still. And like I said, some municipalities might have more protective measures. Last night, the Board of Health authorized Order 2021-4, which is an adoption of the statewide dial. As some folks may have heard, the state is intending on devolving the dial on April 15th and making it guidance rather than mandatory in order to allow local jurisdictions to more adequately address the transmission in their communities. In partnership with our metro area jurisdictions, namely Jeffco, Tri-County, Denver, and Broomfield, we are all adopting very similar versions of this order locally. In Boulder County on April 16th, we will move most likely to level blue. And I say most likely because if our cases were to suddenly spike or our positivity were to suddenly spike, I see that there's a question. I'll pause real quick.
We'll get to questions when you're done, if it's okay. Yeah.
No problem. So if our cases were to suddenly spike, we would end up staying in yellow, but the data folks tell me that right now it looks very good for moving to blue. The level blue that we would move to is very, very similar to the level blue that you see in the state dial. The most significant thing is that there would be no restrictions on outdoor events. This dial move is also meant to encourage folks to move any gatherings when they do have them to the outdoors. If there are any events planned for greater than 500 people, then the order requires that you submit the plans to Boulder County Public Health during this April 16th to May 16th period. Between April 16th and May 16th, the big goal is to get folks vaccinated, and we will remain in level blue during that time to allow the vaccinations to catch up. On May 16th, we will move to what is called level clear, which is our new normal of no restrictions, and things will become guidance instead. Level clear will go until August 16th. The goal of level clear is a monitoring period, and we will remain in clear unless we see a large uptick in hospital admissions of Boulder County residents. While we hope this doesn't happen, that safety net is there. One thing I did not mention is that while we're in level blue, personal social gatherings are limited to 10 people indoors. There is not a current limit outdoors, though we recommend you keep gatherings small. And I think that covers the highlights of it, and I'm happy to answer questions about the order.
Thanks, Trina. Bob?
Yeah, thanks. I think my questions are for Trina. Trina, as I read the order that was issued last night, I think it indicated that in order to stay in this level clear during the late spring and into the summer, we had to maintain as like a 7-day average over a 14-day period, hospitalizations at the rate of or below 2 per 100,000 in population. Did I get that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I have 3 questions then. One is it based upon the residency of the patient, or is it based on the location of the hospital?
It is based on the residency of the patient. It's Boulder County residents.
That's good, because I think Good Sam and maybe some other hospitals here in the county take on overflow from other counties, and so I just wanted to see if that would be counted towards those counties rather than ours. Okay.
Correct.
Great. That's super. Second, I just was trying to square the math. On the chart that was linked to the order that was issued last night, it showed us at about, 0.5 cases or hospitalizations per 100,000. I think our numbers have been below 1 for several months, which is great. So sounds like that limit of 2 is achievable if we keep doing what we're doing. But then on slide 18, I saw 24 hospitalizations in Boulder, and Boulder County, when I do the math there and divide that by 330,000, it seemed to indicate a hospitalization rate of more like 6 or 7 per 100,000. Can you help out with that difference?
Sure. And Lexi can jump in on this one too if I get it wrong. The metric that we're measuring for the public health order is hospital admissions. So you only get admitted to the hospital, hopefully, once on that one day. And the hospitalizations can measure the actual number of people in the hospitals. Many people stay for multiple days.
Got it. Thanks for that. I knew there was a really great explanation. And then finally, you started to talk about some of the differences between the yellow level we're at now and the blue level. My question is a pretty narrow one. It relates to restaurants. Are there differences in what restaurants can do either inside or outside between yellow, which is where we're at now, and blue, where we're going starting Friday?
So outdoors should remain the same for restaurants, because right now they can have essentially unlimited capacity as long as they have enough space and can keep 6 feet between people. Once we move into level blue, we will go to just 6 feet between people up to 100% capacity. And I phrase it that way because the 6 feet might limit the actual percent capacity you can have in your restaurants. Currently, it's a 50% capacity up to 100 people, 150 people with 6 feet distancing. So it becomes a little simpler and a little less restrictive in blue for restaurants.
Great. So it's for a restaurant inside, it's effectively the lower of, the lesser of how many you can put in at 6 foot distancing or 100%, right?
I mean, I don't think you should go beyond 100% because there's other factors at play there.
Once you keep 6 feet distancing, you can have whatever the capacity is.
Correct.
Great. That's all my questions. Thanks, Trina.
Super. Mark.
Yeah, just one question. What are the contingencies on, I assume there are some firm standards with respect to the initiation of the level clear? You had mentioned that it was subject to there not being a spike. What constitutes a spike, and what standards are we looking at before we go to level clear?
So the move from blue to clear on May 16th is automatic unless we are seeing those hospital admissions exceed 2 cases per 100,000, in which case we would move to blue. If they exceed, I believe, 3, we would move to yellow, 4, we would move to orange, etc. The normal dial as we know it, just simplified and based on hospitalization or hospital admissions. I should be very careful with that. Based on hospital admissions, because that reflects the severity of the cases rather than just the number of cases.
Thank you.
Super. I don't see any other hands, so I think we can move on.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Mayor Weaver, City Council members, and the Boulder County community, I really appreciate the opportunity to bring another update to you on our vaccination campaign. Let me share my screen here. Again, my name is Chris Campbell. I'm the emergency manager with Boulder County Public Health, and have just worked with remarkable teams and community members on our vaccination campaign. I'll bring that update to you all this evening. Okay. And just a reminder for council members and community members of where we started, and we have made incredible progress I'll talk about tonight. The photo on this slide, actually, I'd like to remind us of, this is one of the first vaccination clinics we did back in December. And we're really excited. This is some staff at Hope Lake Clinic in Longmont that have been really crucial in helping us work with priority populations in the community. And we really have made strides, and I want to share that information tonight. You've seen the phasing. We know that we are now in a place where we're able to vaccinate all eligible community members. That certainly has been helpful, and it's also brought some points that we needed to continue to address as a community. So to date, we vaccinated over 145,000 community members with 1 dose of vaccine, and that is it's, if you take a step back and look at that, is pretty wonderful to see. It's about 53% of the eligible population in Boulder County. Relative to the Colorado and national average, we're really making good progress, and that's a testament to really community members making that really good decision, informed decision, to get vaccinated. We're seeing those numbers as well go up for community members with that full dose and having that good immunity. So it's just a great thing to celebrate. Again, talking through some of the areas where we've had success, older adults in our community, we've really worked through and been able to vaccinate a good percentage of those community members, and we continue to work through that. Certainly you've seen numbers even start to go up in younger community members, which is great to see. So generally, at the point we're at today, I think it's, again, something to celebrate as a community. Just wanted to share, our goal has been to make sure that we have the general structure to provide about 25,000 vaccines a week, and we know we are meeting that. So that's good to see. Certainly the vaccine supply has gone up and we're seeing a more consistent vaccine supply. I'll talk a little bit about the Janssen Johnson & Johnson vaccine and some of the information we got today on that vaccine and how it's impacting us. But the good thing is we know that the structure we've worked together to build is meeting that demand and need. Certainly we'd like to see even more, and we feel confident the capacity could go up more, but we want to make sure we met this marker and we're meeting that on a weekly basis. Lexi mentioned this a bit, but we also want to be very transparent and clear about when we hope to meet some timelines. Based on certainly again the factors of continuing to see a consistent vaccine supply. Certainly no interruptions in supply chain. We hope to have about 70% of the eligible population vaccinated with at least one dose by mid-May or so. And, certainly we'll have some work to do. We know we likely won't reach 100% vaccination, but, into the summer truly is our goal to really make sure that we provide access to all community members, particularly adults that would like to get vaccinated. And as Lexi mentioned, we'll also look at looking at younger adults when they become eligible. So we also, I mentioned this just highlights how Boulder County community members have made that good decision to get vaccinated. We're one of the highest counties in the state in terms of uptake. We consistently are up there with Broomfield County in terms of folks, the percentage of folks that are choosing to be vaccinated, which is a thing to celebrate again. This slide's a little dated, so it doesn't quite match the percentage we have, but we just wanted to share this with you all. And we also know we have work, and I'll talk about some of the strategies we continue to implement and hone and really hear from the community on how we can improve. So we have some work with our BIPOC community members to provide access to vaccine, and that's going to be our focus for the next 8 weeks. We know we have some areas of low vaccination, and for example, in Longmont here, we have clinics, and I'll talk about that a little bit. It's tough to see. We do know that we have clinics there. We know that there's some areas in Longmont, that we need to continue to work to make sure community members are vaccinated. The lighter portion you see here in Boulder is actually CU, and the zip code there. Just to let the council know and community members, we have worked very closely with CU, particularly recently when we saw a bit of an uptick with 18 to 22-year-olds to ensure they're getting a consistent vaccine supply. They're very committed to having, looking at and continue having clinics on campus and vaccinating both staff and students. So that's where that would be. Again, we're using this data to inform our strategies, ensuring we're providing equitable access to vaccine. You might recall that we have what we're calling our traditional clinics, and these are incredible providers at the hospitals, fairly qualified health centers, all the providers you have out there. This also includes the state vaccination sites that are available in the region. That is our traditional clinics. And we also have equity clinics, and these clinics are really designed for priority populations. They're various sizes throughout the county. The longer standing community clinics, I'll share some information on, and additionally some of the information on the mobile clinics we're doing. We have made strides in this. We're pretty proud of the work we've done. This has really been informed at a grassroots level from community members. City staff have also worked with us very closely on this. I'd like to really commend them for the work and the collaboration we've had with them. Pam Davis has been really instrumental. Elizabeth Crow as well, and other staff in the city have really been helpful to inform us and continue to push us to make sure we're meeting the needs of all community members. Busy slide here, but I'll talk about a couple. I just want to remind the council of our strategy. So one is education, ensuring folks have the information they need to make that good decision to get vaccinated if they have questions. I'll talk about that strategy a little bit. We have been meeting regularly with the Vaccine Equity Coordinating Committee that really has informed our equity strategies. They've informed some of the locations like in schools where we've had mobile clinics, and they continue to really push us to provide really culturally welcoming clinics, and I'll talk a little more about that. Connection to the vaccine, that is really where we're focused in the next 8 weeks. This is a broad group, including cultural brokers and our community ambassadors that are really going to help us get information out to the community. Information on how to access vaccine, where you can go, to how to navigate the systems we have. It can be challenging, as you all know, to access vaccine, sometimes online, and we have worked very closely with community ambassadors, and we're bringing in our cultural brokers to continue to help us and really ensure we're coordinated in that work. And then making sure the vaccine is available in clinics. So both traditional clinics, we really push there on cultural relevancy, and then our equity clinics, which I'll talk about a bit. This is just recently released from the State Health Department. This was a survey they've done to ask community members in Colorado about if they're willing to get vaccinated. What's very positive about this, they did this survey prior to the vaccines being approved for emergency use authorization, and now in February you'll see across all Coloradoans with Hispanic and Latino community members, African American and Black community members. It's very positive. I think those groups have made that good decision to get vaccinated. We also know there's work to be done. There's certainly still some education, some information to be provided for community members. So we continue to do town halls. We have held about 20 town halls at Boulder County Public Health. Dr. Sheila Davis, our health equity coordinator, works on this, continues to work on this. We would ask community members and the council if this is something you see as a need, please reach out to us and we can work on a town hall and work with you. Again, this is to address education and hesitancy and provide clear information. We've also, other partners have done these town halls as well. We know the Boulder Community Health, for example, has done town halls. We know that CU has as well, and they've been really successful and helpful. Our clinics, we have had some great partnerships, and these are now up and running, which we're excited about. And these are clinics that, again, are really focused on equity. And we are working with community ambassadors and cultural brokers to ensure access. So in Longmont, Lasher Street Station, Salud Family Health is a federally qualified health center, is working with partnership with the city of Longmont along with Boulder County Public Health. This clinic's running 2 times a week, and they're looking to expand hours already. Partnership in Lafayette at Boulder County Building, Southeast Community Hub. This is a great partnership with Clinica Family Health, which is located nearby. This clinic runs 2 to 3 times a week, and again, meeting the needs of priority populations and community members that really have barriers. So we're also now using the Boulder County Fairgrounds. These are also clinics run by Boulder County Public Health, working very closely with community ambassadors and cultural brokers to provide access to vaccines there. And I will say for council, we're also exploring with city staff additional location in the city of Boulder for a clinic similar to these. And we should be able to provide information soon about that. With mobile clinics, we started out with really partnering with independent living. This was early, a couple months back. So this partnership, we really work closely with Boulder Housing Partners, City of Boulder staff. We had several of those clinics across the county and provided about 950 vaccines for community members. So that was very successful. We continue to work with Hope Light Clinic, the area agency on aging, Meals on Wheels, to work with homebound individuals. So that is ongoing. And community members at the Boulder Shelter, we started working with our partners with the shelters We did have a clinic last Friday, and more clinics were scheduled. Unfortunately, this was impacted by the pause with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So we are learning more about that and what that means. And right now we're exploring how we're going to circle back and get these clinics rescheduled. But that is an exciting approach. We're looking to work with all the providers for unhoused community members, and really using that 1-dose vaccine. So we're going to continue to push on that, and we're hoping that we work through some of the issues with that vaccine here soon, and be able to start providing it again. Additionally, we are exploring additional mobile clinics. These are smaller clinics. And we hope to have maybe at some school sites in Boulder, working with BVSD, also working with city staff and others, cultural brokers, to identify sites where there's known gap areas, identify communities and community members that really have barriers to access. What we are learning is there's gaps in access after hours, after work, and on the weekends. So that is something we're really looking at, and hope to really launch some clinics. We have the ability to launch those in the next couple of weeks. We know how these work. We know how to staff them. We're working on the partnerships and ensure we have vaccine. So working with Boulder Community Health and others on this, Boulder County Public Health is a provider. So we're excited to really dig into this and ensure we're meeting those needs. And we did have a clinic. I just want to show kind of what an equity clinic looks like. These are smaller. These are not in a hospital setting. This is actually a Timberline school in Longmont that we did a clinic there. It was very successful. We vaccinated 200 people over successive Saturdays. And these are what these clinics will look like across the community, and we're going to continue to do these. Talked quite a bit about our ambassadors and cultural brokers or community influencers. So I'll go ahead and move past that. Just want to remind the community, please go to our websites. We have a really updated website, both on the provider side, that we have gotten some feedback that it's a little easier to navigate, and at very least see a very clear list of providers. We also have the community vaccination sites, the larger state vaccination sites on that. I would just urge community members to continue to make that good decision to get vaccinated. If you have questions, you can certainly call the state call center. We'll also say if you are unable or have internet or issues accessing anything online, please call our call center. That number's here as well. Community members can call our call center, and we can help actually schedule appointments there. We can answer questions as well at our call center. And I think I'll end it there. So a lot of information, Sarah, so I appreciate letting me go through that. Be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Chris. And council, any questions? Rachel and then Mary. Rachel?
Thanks for all that information. I have just one question with the J&J vaccine going offline for some period of time. I guess I've been a little bit confused by Pfizer and Moderna being like 80% effective after their first shot, and Johnson & Johnson being somewhere a little bit below that. So just wondering, at least temporarily, could we do one shot for people and hope that they come back? But if they don't, for like harder to reach populations, they're still getting one. Is that an option? And also, would the expectation be that most of us are going to need a booster shot at some point? So that's kind of my two-part question.
Yeah, I wish I had Dr. Bean on the call here. I think again, that's something we could explore. The guidance there still is for the 2-dose vaccines. You do get 2 doses. That's best practice. So we're going to stick to that guidance. But it could be something that we do. If it turns out that Johnson & Johnson, the Janssen Johnson & Johnson vaccine is unavailable, then we will have to shift a little bit. I think we do foresee that coming back online, that one-dose vaccine. I think it had, I think it's taught that there are some benefits of that vaccine. It's one dose, and it's been tested against some of the variants. So it's what we see is they're all incredibly effective vaccines. And we're going to basically encourage community members who've been doing this. Please access any vaccines available to you. We know they're safe and effective. We will continue to look at the information being provided on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and we'll share that with community members as soon as we have that. Hopefully, that'll be a pretty quick resolution of the issues there.
Okay, and just to clarify, I'm not impugning that vaccine. Just
sure,
since it, like my understanding is, oral contraceptives have a higher rate of the issue that this vaccine is causing. So it's perhaps not a huge risk, but still, like if we are having this kind of pause on community members who we were worrying about coming back for dose 2, could we schedule them for a 2-dose, hope that they come back for dose 2, but know that, if they don't, one is better than none. So that's what I'm lifting up for consideration.
Sure.
That's all. Thanks.
So just to comment on that very quickly, we receive allocations from the state as first or second doses. And the pattern of distribution follows those allocations. So it's difficult for us to have influence over shifting second doses to first doses. It's possible that will change in the future. The other thing that I'll mention about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is that it's difficult to compare the effectiveness between the vaccines because they were tested under different circumstances. So they're not direct comparisons. Just a caution about that consideration. And a reminder that the flu vaccine, usually on a yearly basis, has efficacy at a significantly lower level than any of the vaccines that are out there right now.
Great. Thank you, Lexi and Chris. Mary?
Thanks, Sam. And thank you, Lexi and Chris, for your marathon work on this. I know you've been going for a long time, shorthanded and working really hard. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work that you've done in the mobile clinics. And I had a bunch of questions about the mobile clinics, and you answered most of them in your presentation. I do have one lingering question with respect to the staffing personnel. I'd heard through some community members recently that they feel like the staffing at these sites is kind of low. So I'm just wondering what you might be doing to address that.
Councilmember, say that again. Kind of low. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Staffing. Yeah, there's staffing challenges.
Yeah, the challenges in terms of having enough staff, or
yeah. Well, that's what they said. Just staffing challenges, not enough staff, I guess is what they're referring to.
Yeah, no, I think what's been remarkable. The Medical Reserve Corps in Boulder County has been simply remarkable in helping out in a lot of these clinics. Also with community members, the equity clinics, we've had volunteers help out and really help out with the welcoming aspect. So, I think we're doing okay in terms of staffing, but as we get spread thinner with more and more clinics, that is challenging. So, I think we feel okay about that, and we're training more and more volunteers from the Medical Reserve Corps and working with community ambassadors and some of the cultural brokers, to help supplement staffing as well. So I think we feel okay about it. The most important thing is to continue to, we've gotten lots of feedback. In fact, we had a clinic at the fairgrounds where, we had some challenges in terms of being culturally appropriate. We had great feedback. We made some good, just good improvements. And that's what we want. We want the community to inform that. And that's when we meet with providers, even the hospitals and other providers, we continue to provide that feedback. So we've built that great system to have that community level feedback, and it's worked really well.
Just a little bit more on the staffing issue. We also are getting backup from CDPHE as we also transition to hiring some additional nursing staff. So we hear you, and we're on it.
Thank you very much. I have a question with respect to the town halls. First of all, are the town halls available in languages other than English?
They are, yes. We have done town halls in Spanish, and Elizabeth Mendoza has done those. I know certainly we have translation services we've looked at. I think there's something we can explore for additional languages as needed as well. Councilmember Young.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And if a community member wanted to organize a town hall, who would they contact?
I think if they could work with Sheila Davis or Elizabeth Mendoza, that would be a good way to contact us. It might be best to just go ahead and call through our call center and put that request in. We haven't kind of formalized that process for request. We are trying to work through that, but we have maybe the call center or just trying to get a hold of those two staff members would be really helpful.
There is actually a space on our new website that's just been launched on vaccinations where you can request a town hall through the website.
Thanks, Lexi.
It's hard to keep up, Chris, I know.
It is hard to keep up right now.
Wonderful, thank you. And then finally, just some suggestions that came from some community members, which was that soccer practices are ramping up, and to address the issues that you mentioned with after hours and weekends, there are some soccer practices that are happening on Wednesdays at Columbine Park, and then at Pleasant View on Fridays. And so that it might be a good place to reach folks. And so I'm just passing that along. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the presentation on the mobile clinics with relatively short notice.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks, Mary. And I want to say thanks again to Lexi, Chris, and Trina for being here. These are always helpful. Hopefully the need for them will continue to go down. But until then, thanks so much for all the work you're doing and for these updates. Community really appreciates it. This will be the end of language interpretation. So once we close out this very briefly, there will be no more interpretation into any language but English. So thank you for the folks who are providing that service. And with that, Alicia, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, sir, thank you. Next on our agenda, we have the public hearing for the second reading and a motion to adopt ordinance 8447 regarding the regulation of human and electric powered micromobility devices on streets, paths, and sidewalks.
Great, thanks, Alicia. And for this item, I'm going to first turn it over to Erica Vandenbrand, who is the Director of Transportation and Mobility, to kick off this item.
Council, Mayor Weaver, thank you so very much for having us here this evening. We're here to bring forward for your consideration the micromobility item, and specifically which devices go where and how they would best be used safely. To help with this, I'd like to introduce Dave Kemp, who goes by DK, who will go through the presentation and answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erica, and good evening, Council. Just gonna get one thing set up here quick. Okay, you should be seeing my screen now. Great, thank you. And good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. It's great to be back with you all for the next and final step to develop the policy for the regulation of micromobility devices on our streets, paths, and sidewalks. We've made considerable progress since the October City Council study session when we initially sought your direction regarding this topic. And we are happy to share this progress with you this evening. Joining me tonight are my colleagues in the Transportation and Mobility Division, City Attorney's Office, and the Boulder Police Department. To get us started, I'd like to first provide a brief overview of our presentation this evening. We'll share the purpose behind the micromobility traffic ordinance and the proposed changes to the Boulder Revised Code. We'll explore in greater detail the four main topic areas, including the proposed new and revised vehicle definitions, where micromobility devices would be allowed to operate in the public right-of-way, a few of the safety precautions we are recommending, and then lastly, we'll discuss the process we conducted to refine the sidewalk dismount zones. And then to wrap up the presentation, we'll share next steps before we transition to clarifying questions from council and the public hearing. So I'm sure we could all attest that we are seeing quite the diversity of micromobility devices operating on our streets and pathways in Boulder today. From scooters to one wheels to electric cycles to electric skateboards, they're all out there. And so in recognition of these new devices and the choices people are making to transport themselves around Boulder, staff is proposing changes to the Boulder Revised Code to essentially provide clarity among the different types of vehicles, to regulate where these vehicles can operate, and then ensure that the regulations meet their safe operation. And it's important to note that these regulations will affect both the private use and also the shared micromobility devices in the program. And so when we first began developing the definitions for the human electric powered devices, it became quite clear that new or updated definitions were also needed for other types of vehicles related to micromobility to discern the differences in the vehicle dimensions and power. And the micromobility traffic ordinance proposes new and revised definitions to accurately describe this diverse array of vehicles operating on our roadways and paths. The proposed definitions also reconcile recent changes to the state statutes, while also ensuring the Boulder Police Department can effectively enforce traffic ordinances pertaining to all types of all types of micromobility related vehicles. It's important to note also that the BRC, the Boulder Revised Code, already has existing definitions for bikes and e-bikes, and therefore these vehicles are not included or described in the definitions for human-powered vehicle or lightweight electric-powered vehicles. Intuitively, it may seem logical to also include e-bikes and bikes in these categories, but they are substantively different and should be defined separately. And so now let's take a close look at each of these devices and share where these devices would be allowed to operate. Did include bicycles, electric bicycles, so you can see where they fit in the scheme of things. They are allowed on sidewalks currently, multi-use paths, and on streets and in bike lanes. Human-powered vehicles such as skateboards and rollerblades are allowed on skateboards and, they're allowed on sidewalks and they're allowed on multi-use paths. The change in the ordinance would allow them to be used on residential streets and only in the bike lane on all other streets. And then lightweight electric vehicles like e-scooters or e-skateboards or one wheels and e-unicycles, the ordinance would not allow them to be used on the sidewalk unless there was no bike lane present in the adjacent street. It would allow their use on multi-use paths and also on residential streets and in the bike lane on all other streets, similar to human-powered vehicles. And then we look at low-powered scooter. We see a lot of these in Boulder, and the ordinance currently does not allow them on sidewalks nor multi-use paths, and they are allowed in the street, but they're not allowed in the bike lane. And then neighborhood electric vehicles, as we commonly refer to them, which are now low-speed electric vehicles, they're not allowed on sidewalks, multi-use paths, and may only be ridden in the street and not allowed in the bike lane. And the same regulations go for mopeds. And then finally, the last category are toy vehicles. Toy vehicles are they're otherwise known as pocket bikes, very small, low profile vehicles that can go pretty high speeds. And these are not allowed on sidewalks, multi-use paths, or streets and bike lanes. It's not to be confused with a toy vehicle such as Barbie Jeep or something to that effect that a younger child would use. And so again, let's talk about what's changed. What does this micromobility traffic ordinance really address? And so what it would do, it would make it legal to ride skateboards or rollerblades on residential streets and only in the bike lane on all other streets. Before, lightweight electric vehicles such as scooters and e-skateboards, they weren't allowed anywhere in the public right-of-way. And so we would like to refrain them from being used on the sidewalk unless there is no bike lane present in the adjacent street. We do want to allow them on multi-use paths, and we also want to allow them on residential streets, and again, only in the bike lane on all other streets. And with these proposed changes, we must also recognize the existing safety concerns regarding the operation of human and electric powered devices on residential streets and in the bike lane on all other streets. And to address these concerns, Transportation and Mobility Division staff have been working closely with the Boulder Police Department to develop additional safety requirements in the Boulder Revised Code regarding the safe use of these devices. The next couple of slides will describe these proposed requirements. And while these requirements will certainly help, we must also recognize we have to strive to construct facilities for vulnerable users, facilities that are separated and protected from vehicular traffic. Safety education outreach also plays a vital role in mitigating crashes involving vulnerable users, and we need to continue and increase these efforts, these educational efforts, under the umbrella of Vision Zero. Quick shout out to Bob for his idea to create this yield diagram here. Pedestrians are number one, and all vehicles, human, electric powered, and motor vehicles must yield to them. Further, people using electric vehicles must yield to users of human powered vehicles. And finally, motor vehicles must yield to all others when entering or exiting any place other than a stop controlled or signalized intersection. In those instances, traffic control devices regulate the movement of all road users. It's also important to note that people riding human and electric powered vehicles must be equipped with lights at night. If not on the vehicle itself, then on the operator. The second part of the slide involves bike lane positioning and requires human electric powered vehicles to stay within the bike lane and to perform a two-stage left turn at intersections. For example, a person riding an e-scooter would cross the street, position themselves in the adjacent bike lane, and then continue in their intended direction once they have the green light. And so, DK, you may ask, how will we communicate these regulations to community members? Well, this is an immediate first step if council passes this ordinance this evening. In order to build a foundation for our communication strategy, we begin with addressing the feedback we heard through the Be Heard Boulder outreach that we conducted late last year. Creating awareness about where devices can be used and safe behaviors, making all regulations as clear as possible and streamlined so they're easy to understand by the resident. And 3 safety behaviors that we really want to stress is to yield to peds, to go slow, and announce yourself, passing on the left. In our communications plan, we've developed specific goals. Number 1, to translate the regulations into clear and easily understandable terms in both Spanish and English. Number 2, to educate community members on the safe use of micromobility devices in shared spaces. And it's important to note that city staff has been working very closely with several departments at CU Boulder regarding the proposed regulations and our communication strategy. The departments at CU include Transportation and Parking, the Environmental Center at CU, and the CU Police Department. We are striving for a seamless transition for users of micromobility devices between CU campus and the city in terms of regulations and our communication tactics. Okay, now let's shift to our 4th topic, dismount zones. You've seen these images before. The left image illustrates the current dismount zone, which are scattered throughout Boulder and have been designated based on land use zoning. It's currently hard for community members to discern where they can ride bikes on sidewalks and where they can't. At October study session, staff presented the map on the right, which proposed decoupling the dismount zone from the land use zoning and to focus dismount zones only on the general improvement districts or areas that are currently experiencing a high level of pedestrian activity. Council then asked, based upon input from Transportation Advisory Board and community stakeholders, you asked us to take one step further and to more closely examine these zones. And so we did, and we performed a sidewalk analysis for the 3 general improvement districts: downtown, Cajun, University Hill, UJID, and Boulder Junction, BJAD. We investigated the sidewalk widths, pedestrian volumes, land use, and existing encroachments such as patio dining and other amenities. And we developed a draft dismount zone map only for downtown Boulder and University Hill. And why not BJAD, Boulder Junction? Because most of the facilities, when this area was designed for micromobility users, such as the Pearl Street and also Junction Place with its shared street. And so we took these maps, these draft maps, to several community groups, including boards and commissions, and we received some feedback from them, which I'll share in a second. But Downtown Boulder Partnership had a lot of great information to share in conjunction with the Downtown Management Commission, of course, the University Hill Commission Area Management Commission, and then we talked to the Access District at Boulder Junction and in Community Cycles. And here is the first map we want to share with you. This is the University Hill Bike Dismount Zone. Now let me explain what some of these lines here are. The yellow is the proposed dismount zone. This is what the ordinance would change and where the dismount zones would be. The light blue aqua colored line is the existing dismount zone based upon the land use, which we currently have in place. And the red simply shows the border for the University Hill commercial area. And what did we hear from the University Hill Commission? They were very much interested in including the sidewalks on Broadway from University College. They are looking to make the hill much more friendly for pedestrians, and they felt very strongly about keeping the dismount zone in place and to not mix bikes and peds, and for peds to feel comfortable when they're walking through the University Hill area. They also want us to include the Alley A of the Hill Commercial Area Enhancement Plan. Let's take a look at the dismount zone for downtown Boulder. It's undergone quite a change since we last talked. And so the input from the Downtown Management Commission and Downtown Boulder Partnership, they support the draft dismount zone map for the KJ area. And before we hadn't identified the area on Pearl Street between 7th and 9th, and they asked us to include that, and we did, and that made a lot of sense. We also got input from Community Cycles about the dismount zone. They were very interested in the dismount zone for downtown. They asked us to include to exclude Broadway from the dismount zone, and also requested a time of day restriction. We didn't move forward with those requests from Community Cycles, mostly because Broadway between Spruce and Canyon is a high pedestrian volume area and includes 2 usually active transit stops, which produce a significant number of passengers alighting or waiting to board. There's also usually a significant number of pedestrians waiting to cross Broadway at Pearl Street Mall in both directions. And so there would mostly be a lot of conflict between bikes and peds at these locations. And then we took in close consideration of the time of day restriction, or even an exemption of the dismount zone for people riding with children, or children riding by themselves. But this would complicate the public understanding and associated compliance with creating potentially safe, and still would create potential safety conflicts with people walking or using wheelchairs on the sidewalks. Staff, as I mentioned before, really recommend keeping the dismount zone simple and streamlined so that people can understand. Okay, so our next steps. So here we are tonight, April 13th, and the second reading with the public hearing. If council passes this ordinance this evening, then it'll go into effect in mid-May. And then we'll begin to implement the communications plan, dismount zones, which wheels go where, in the way of the path, installing signing and marking on a multi-use path. We can come back to this slide here, but our suggested motion language for tonight. And I'll end the presentation. Thank you for your time. I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, DK. And now we will turn to council for questions. I see Bob.
Thanks, DK. That was a great presentation. Really appreciate it very much. Mark Walk and I are both the representatives or liaisons to the Business Improvement District, and we presented the dismount zone to them a couple of days ago at a board meeting. One of the questions that one of the board members asked is specifically signage about dismount zones downtown. You talked a little bit about signage and communications plans. Specifically, could you let us know what dismount zone signage, in addition to what we already have, there might be downtown? We continue to have a lot of problems downtown, and the board felt that additional communications and education would be helpful.
Yes, most definitely we'll ramp up the outreach, the education, but in terms of signing, we'll continue to use the thermoplastic markings that are on the sidewalks today. We'll ramp up the number of locations where we have those and reference that design that's on the pavement today in conjunction with our safety messaging and our outreach regarding the dismount zones.
Great, thanks, DK. And then just a suggestion, I know that we'll be talking about a potential ambassador program for downtown in the civic area in a few weeks. One of the things that your team might do is as those ambassadors are trained and deployed, if that's what council wishes to do, we might enlist their assistance in reminding folks about dismounts downtown.
Absolutely, Bob. It's a great idea. And we've actually been in talks with Community Vitality about including this topic for our downtown ambassadors so they can help enforce where people can ride and where they can't.
Great. Thanks, DK. That's all I had.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Bob. Mark.
DK, thank you for the presentation. It was excellent. I have a couple of questions. The first is reflective, I think, of my confusion. Toy vehicles, they're not designed for use on streets or off-road or sidewalks. Where are they to be used?
Yes, Mark, I'm sorry, I was having a little technical difficulty here. Could you please repeat your question?
Sure. I was looking at the restrictions on toy vehicles, which are apparently not designed for use on streets,
or
off-road, or sidewalks. I'm wondering, where does one use a toy vehicle?
They could use one on private property.
Okay, fair enough. My second question, do we have any cost estimates for the signage required for the dismount zones, new signage required? Have we costed that out?
We actually have, yes. We're looking between $20,000 and $30,000 to install additional thermoplastic markings in both the downtown and also the University Hill.
Okay. And my last question is with respect to bikes and e-bikes. Am I reading this wrong? They are permitted on sidewalks, correct?
They are.
Are they?
Unless it's a dismount zone, then you can't be in the sidewalk.
But are they permitted on sidewalks even when there's a bike lane?
Yes, they are.
Why did we do that?
Well, the current regulations or the ordinance allows people to ride bikes on the sidewalk if they don't feel comfortable riding in in the street. And so sometimes riding in a bike lane adjacent to traffic can present traffic stress issues. And so that we have that option in our residential areas right now. And we've kept the dismount zones as is so that they could not ride their bikes on areas that have a higher pedestrian volume.
Okay, I mean, it seems to me we spend a lot of money on our bike lanes and we're looking to spend more. It just strikes me as a little odd that we're having bikes and e-bikes right on the sidewalk when there's a bike lane available.
Well, there's some situations that necessitate that. And so a conventional bike lane, if you are out with a child, for example, a 3 or 4 or 5-year-old, and or you have a trailer behind you and you may not always feel safe in necessarily a conventional bike lane without protection. And so the sidewalk does allow that option for those people who would prefer to ride in a separated condition.
Okay, I got it. You've convinced me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. And then we've got Mary.
Thank you all for the fine presentation and for waiting until mid-April for this. I was curious to understand what constitutes a residential street and how is saying that you can ride on residential streets decoupled from the land use.
Right. So we've there's an arterial or there's a roadway classification. We have arterial roadways, collectors, and residential. Residential are also known as local streets. They're basically our neighborhood streets and all those streets where we have the current speed limit of 20 miles per hour. We don't typically put traffic facilities on our residential or local streets. And so it's basically parking and then a swath of street. The difference here is those streets are much calmer in traffic compared to a collector street, which may have bike lanes already. Most of our collectors do have bike lanes. And then an arterial, which a majority of our arterials also have bike lanes. And I was going to say, and then in terms of land use, typically businesses are located along collectors. It's a mix of businesses and residential are along collectors, and mainly for arterials, it's commonly businesses.
So for just a layperson out for a ride, and they are on like say East Pearl, where there's some residences and some businesses, and it's kind of a mix. So how do they know that that is or isn't residential?
You know, the best we will be able to do is to help communicate where they can ride through the outreach that we do for the private use. And then when we bring on a new shared micromobility program or refine our existing shared micromobility program, this information can also be conveyed to the consumer, to the customer through a mobile application.
Okay. And was there any consideration given to defining where you can ride based on speed limit? You mentioned the 20 miles per hour.
Yes, and that's why we feel it's okay to ride on residential streets, because there's lower vehicle speeds on our residential streets. So they can ride in the street and there's no facility. And then where they can ride on collectors and arterials is only in the bike lane.
Mm-hmm.
There's no bike lane, then we don't want them riding micromobility devices, let's say, for example, on Broadway or foothills is another example. What we want them to use in that case, if there's no facility, then the sidewalk or the adjacent multi-use path.
So like say on Folsom, just south of where the changes were put in, where there's a bike lane and then there's all the lanes of traffic. So you could, on Folsom, going north or south, ride micromobility along those bike lanes.
You may be in the bike lane. Yes.
And so that seems to me like a place where there's a huge speed differential. And that was a concern, a safety concern of the police department. So I'm just wondering, when you're thinking about where micromobility devices can or can't be ridden, what role does the speed differential play or did play in those decisions?
Right. Well, with the bike lane, there's a designated space for the person to ride the device versus other streets that don't have a designated space. They, in effect, would have to share the lane with a motor vehicle. So we felt like with collectors, and most collectors that we have are between 25 and 30 miles per hour. And so we felt that that was an okay space for them to use the bike lane on those particular corridors. If PD would like to address this question too, and to reiterate their concerns, I do believe we have representation from PD tonight, both Commander Jack Walker and then Deputy Chief Carrie Weinheimer.
Thanks, DK, and thanks, Council. And First of all, I want to state that we're very happy with the job Transportation and the City Attorney's Office did developing this ordinance, and they were very receptive to all of our recommendations. Simply put, our concern is that if you add these vulnerable users to the roadway, we're going to have accidents and we're going to have injuries and possibly serious. So despite all the great work that's been done, we still have concerns in those areas.
Thank you for that information.
Thanks, Commander.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mary.
Adam?
Thanks, Sam. Sorry I don't have my function available. I have a question in a similar vein. Do we have sort of statistics about injuries between these different modal types and pedestrians, or between bikes and bikes? I guess all the, do we have sort of a dashboard of what we're looking to improve upon, DK?
Yeah, it's, and so when we talk about the different users, bicycle and pedestrian, or conflicts between bikes and pedestrians, we do have some incidents that have occurred on our multi-use path system today. And then, of course, we have far more interactions between vehicles, motor vehicles, and bicycles. We don't have a lot of data suggesting at this point, probably because of the low use still with some of these other vehicles, of crashes involving these lightweight electric vehicles or other human-powered vehicles. Though I know that PD has responded to crashes with vehicles and skateboarders, for example, in the past. And so, the way of the path program, when we look at safety and addressing how these different users share the path, we've developed some primary messaging that we would continue to reiterate, but then also go into the field and install signing in markings, which is something we've been wanting to do for a while and has been somewhat, we've had budget constraints in order to move forward with this, but this is something that would help in the field, help users understand how to interact with each other and practice courtesy and etiquette and where to be positioned in the multi-use path and whatnot.
So is our primary source of those reports just through the police department currently?
Yeah, so there's two ways in which we gain understanding of what's happening out in the field. One is through close call reports that we get through our Inquire Boulder system, and then all the crashes that are reported, and so someone has called the police, we get our crash reports directly from PD and have a record of all those crashes. And currently our Safe Streets report documents all the types of crashes that are occurring, where they're occurring, and who they're occurring to.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there going to be any messaging along those lines just to make sure you're reporting where you have incidents as part of this package?
Oh, yes. Documenting, understanding where crashes are taking place and then addressing, understanding how they're taking place and addressing how we might mitigate those crashes is something that we do every day. When we get these crashes, we evaluate what has happened, and is there anything that we can do to mitigate? Is it a one-off? Is there a trend? And so we work within the transportation division, specifically our transportation operations staff works on this on a daily basis of how we can, document the crashes and then also mitigate them. It's number one for us.
Great. Thanks, DK.
Thanks, Adam. And I have a few questions as well. First of all, thank you for the presentation and thank you for taking on the issue of where to ride what, which wheels go where is great. So I think my first couple questions will involve maybe both you, DK, and the police department. So one is on slide 10, you had showed a left turn protocol. And that left turn protocol looked to me like it was all vehicles except for cars have to make a two-part left turn. And I was curious what the thinking was there, because I don't know that that's been a rule in the past. And so is that the current rule? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. That's the slide I was talking about. Mm-hmm. So it looks to me like vehicular turn can just make a straight left at a permissive green, however you want to call it. But that non-vehicle, assuming it's a human-powered device, has to make that two-part turn. What's the justification? How's that enforced? What's the thinking around that?
Right. So this is actually a pretty common maneuver that we see in Europe. a lot of folks do this. This two-stage turn, and it's also something that NACTO, our National Association for City Transportation Officials, Urban Bikeway Design Guide, or Urban Street Design Guide, recommends for those users who are uncomfortable entering into a traffic lane. And so what they can do is then stop at the light and then proceed across, position themselves, and then continue left on their journey. And so this is something new that we are requiring for people who are riding lightweight electric vehicles and human-powered vehicles. This does not apply to bicycles. Bicyclists may still take the lane, if you will, but being the low-profile nature of scooters and people on skateboards and mixing with traffic at different speeds, we felt it was safer to keep them in the bike lane at all times and not enter into the travel lane when they're on these collectors or arterial roadways.
Got it. And I guess my concern here is similar to the concern that kind of brought this whole thing up of not knowing what you can do where. It seems interesting that the left turns for bikes and e-bikes would be different by law than what, say, a powered skateboard can do. So I guess maybe I'll turn to Commander Walker and hear how do you plan to enforce this? And it seems like a very fine distinction. How are you looking at this if it's a new law?
So, Mayor, I agree that it's going to be tough to enforce, and we've been upfront about that from the beginning. I think it would come through complaints, community complaints about certain intersections. That would be how we would focus our enforcement. But as you know, we just don't have the staffing to go out and randomly look for this. But I do agree with DK that skateboard, human-powered skateboard, trying to make a left turn when you have two left turn lanes, two through lanes, and then a bike lane, for them to come from the bike lane and clear that intersection in time before they lose the protected left turn could cause a lot of accidents. So I think it's a good idea.
Got it. And I guess my concern, I should have phrased it better, isn't really about enforcement. It's about what happens when there's an accident there. So, one of the concerns had been, as far as bikes on sidewalks, a couple bikers got hit, in crosswalks off of sidewalks, and they were cited for that infraction. So similarly here, if an electric powered skateboard tried to make a left turn like a bike would be allowed to, and they got hit, would they be at fault?
If the vehicle had the right of way and they had lost their right of way, they probably would be at fault and be cited under this ordinance.
Okay, and then that's a key point. If they had the right of way as if they were a bicycle, right? So their electric skateboard, but if they made a turn that was compliant in every way and they were hit by somebody, say, going in the opposite direction, would they be at fault, or would the vehicle that hit them be at fault?
Some of those, to be honest with you, Mayor, if both parties, they're very difficult. If both parties have some right of way, but if the skateboard clearly made the correct turn according to the ordinance and had the right of way, and we could identify a violation for the motor vehicle, we would cite the motor vehicle.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Tom, did you want to weigh in? I see you.
Well, that's right. So you've hit the nail on the head. If someone's violating the law, they're generally the liable party in any dispute after a crash. So if someone were turning inappropriately and were hit by a car and the car was driving legally, the person turning would be cited and probably not be able to recover.
Got it. Okay, that helps me with that. Thanks very much for that. The next one also has a little intersection with law. So low speed EVs, so like a golf cart, like electric golf cart, they're pretty much allowed. Most places bicycles are. But my question, but in some cases they have to be in the street, like residential streets or local streets. They would be in the street. What is the case if they're not street legal? Like they have no running lights, for instance, and they have no tags. Are they? Is there a conflict there with the fact that they're not allowed to operate like a motor vehicle, but they're on a roadway? I was just curious about what is the deal with a quote, not street legal vehicle operating like a car?
Thanks, Tom.
So I'll answer usually if something that doesn't go to the contributing cause of the accident, they would not be liable. They could be cited, but they probably wouldn't be liable. So if you don't have a tag and you get in an accident, you're generally not liable. If it's a contributing cause, for example, you're driving without lights in a vehicle that's required to have lights and you get hit, you probably are not going to be able to recover.
Okay, got it. Commander Walker, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I don't recall after these many months of looking at this ordinance that there's any requirement for the low power electric vehicle to be street legal. The state does have those requirements, but we always rely on the municipal code when those two are in conflict. So
okay, that's great to know. You rely on the municipal code if there's a difference. And because we're a home rule city, are we allowed to have slightly different rules about what's legal in the streets?
It depends on the street, I think. Janet, did you want to add something? You turned over your mic. Right.
Thank you, Tom. Janet Michaels with the City Attorney's Office. The first point I wanted to make is that this micromobility ordinance does not apply to golf carts. We have the authority from the state to regulate golf carts, but it was not a part of this package. If golf carts aren't street legal, then they can't be operated on the streets. They're not lawful. There are other kinds of electric vehicles, the low-speed electric vehicles that used to be called neighborhood electric vehicles. Those can be operated on roadways, but not golf carts right now. So that was, that was one of the points that I wanted to make, and I lost track of what your other question was. I apologize.
I think that's covered everything. That's super helpful. I said golf carts because some of the pictures look like golf carts, but there may be minor differences there. So I just had two more small questions. I guess I'll just ask one. So looking at the dismount zones, everything makes perfect sense. The only question I had was any thought given to Walnut in the downtown area? So Walnut's a one-way street. And as Kurt Nordback and others have made points in the past, to a biker, that's like a dead end, right? You hit that and then you're either circling the entire mall or you're having to go, you can't go off to Canyon, right? So it's like a big impediment is Walnut. If you're on a bicycle, you're trying to go west and you hit Walnut at whatever 15th. So I was just curious on that particular street, if there's any plan going forward to make that easier, or is that just you have to learn it and know it kind of thing?
Sorry, I'm just getting to the dismount zone slide here. Very much aware of the one-way issue for people who are coming down East Pearl, heading west, and or Walnut, and they come to a point where they have to do the sort of the loop around in order to go further west. And so at this point, in talking with the DMC and also the Downtown Business Partnership, they felt it was still very important to maintain the dismount zone in these particular areas because of the high volume of pedestrians. It is something, Sam, that we do need to look at in terms of access in our downtown, but it should be done on a more holistic scale versus that one particular issue. And this is something we've been talking with Community Vitality about. And it's not just in the downtown, it's also BJAD, Boulder Junction, and then also University Hill, that we look at holistically access, to and from the downtown for all modes.
Okay, super. Well, that's it for my questions. I don't see any other council questions, so I think we're ready for the public hearing. And with that, we have two people who are signed up for the public hearing, Lynn Siegel and Andrea Meneghel. So Ryan, I'll look to you whenever you're ready. Why don't you bring Lynn in?
All right. So we'll begin our public hearing here. Lynn, you should be.
I'm still waiting for videos. If you had my video on now, you would see my negative 30 degree sleeping bag and my wool hat, which I wear 24/7 because it's cold 6 months of the year here. And I am waiting until we municipalize in 2024 to get distributive solar so that I can justify getting mini splits so that I can be warm. So it's stressful sometimes for your community members when they're 68 years old to have to wait 4 more years to be able to get warm again, just to let you know. I really appreciated Sam's comment on the left turn lane. I wondered about that too. And now I know that it's like critical mass. I can take the street. Sweet. Because I'll get into that left lane in the center and I'm ahead of the car. I found also a lot of times in Boulder, pedestrians run into me when I am stopped with my bike and they're apologizing to me. So, you know, it goes 2 ways. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, let's see. I wonder how many people are at this meeting. I have no idea. You know, you can turn my video off, but I can't turn your video off. If I don't want to see you, I can't turn it off. And I can't know who's at this meeting. That is a problem, big problem. Now, as far as I approved this micro-mobility plan, the problem is here, you're watching out for the health of Boulder people with a recreational bend to be on light mobile devices and on bicycles, but Boulder people are going to Rocky Flats, and Boulder people are breathing the air at Rocky Flats. And my mother died of leukemia, I believe, because she was exposed in 1957 when we lived in Denver to the biggest fire at Rocky Flats and ingested plutonium and got leukemia. So this has a very personal issue for me. If you're concerned about health between pedestrians and mobile devices in Boulder, you ought to be concerned about Rocky Flats. And this week, the county commissioners approved funding for an underpass that the city council will use as precedent for them to approve further funding for this underpass to help people out, like Loakshaman Marta said, to help, you know, facilitate the underpass. But
thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn.
Lynn,
your time is up. Thank you. Next, we have Andrea Meneghel.
Andrea, go ahead and mute and you'll be able to speak.
All right, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mayor Weaver, members of Boulder City Council, this is Andrea Meneghel representing Boulder Chamber at 2440 Pearl Street. And I'd like to thank the staff and all the hard work that went into this and thank the council for all your questions around this. Improving Boulder's workforce mobility and expanding transportation choices is a key priority of ours at the Boulder Chambers. Over the years, we've engaged in collaborative efforts with CU Boulder, the city, the county, federal researchers at NREL, industry experts, and other partners across the region to explore solutions. As the COVID-19 restrictions are going to be lifted and our workforce returns to the office, we need to meet the mobility challenges head on through policies and innovative solutions that will allow for a variety of ways that individuals can make their trips. This is especially important for employment centers in East Boulder, in Gun Barrel, that currently experience a lack of mobility services and connectivity from regional stops. We also see our regional transit agencies struggle currently, making it imperative that we do what we can locally to allow for greater access to a variety of transportation choices. We believe the city's transportation staff and transportation advisory board have made a good recommendation for this ordinance and provide us with the opportunity to achieve the micromobility goals outlined in Boulder's transportation master plan. If new forms of micromobility are managed appropriately and utilized safely, not only can they be a valuable tool for addressing Boulder's first and final mile challenges, but they can provide a new, fun, and environmentally friendly way to connect the community. In fact, just in the first 5 weeks that our community partner and Boulder Chamber member, Boulder B-Cycle, introduced 100 e-bikes into their system, we saw more than 10,000 trips taken. That's 285 trips a day. This gets us closer to the TMP goals of helping to reduce auto trips, expanding access of environmentally friendly modes to more members of the community. And the more we expand that access to travel options for our residents, workers, and visitors, the more we begin to improve the mobility landscape in Boulder. We want the implementation of new micromobility solutions to be successful, and that means they're safe, accessible to our workers, and we'll do our part as a partner to help communicate and connect with our employers and businesses to promote these options. Our goal is to fully explore new opportunities and improve mobility for Boulder's workforce and residents. And as always, we'll continue to be a dedicated partner for advancing transportation solutions that address our workers' needs as we move towards that bright future that we all encourage you to pass this ordinance tonight. And thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. And with that, seeing no other people signed up, we'll bring public hearing to a close and come back to council. So with that, council, any further questions, comments, or motion? Wow, I see no hands up, so I'll make a few comments. Thank you to staff for pulling this together. I know there was a lot to it, and it took, a lot of cross departmental work to get it done. So thank you. This has been a concern of mine, particularly with a couple of cyclists who were cited for being on a sidewalk when they entered a crosswalk and were hit by a motor vehicle. So I appreciate it for that standpoint. I also think it gives a lot more clarity to a lot of the emerging types of electric powered micromobility vehicles. So I think this is great. It brings our code up to kind of current thinking on ways to get around without automobile. So that's fantastic. I just will make a couple quick comments as well. I think the e-bikes being added to B-Cycle is enormously impactful. I predict that we will see kind of a resurgence of interest in using that service. So I think that's great. And I think the dismount zones now make so much more sense even than the way they were designed before, both on the hill and downtown. I think they're clearly laid out in a way that's intended to avoid conflict without restricting mobility in places outside of those core areas. So I think this is fantastic. I give great thanks to everybody who brought this to us and worked out all the details, of which there are many. And with that, I see Mary and Aaron. Mary?
Yeah, thank you, Sam. I just wanted to second everything that Sam just said. And to that, I wanted to add, if there's the possibility of, in the communications plan, to convey to folks, especially on the skateboards and e-scooters, that to convey perhaps a hierarchy of streets. So the residential streets, to say where there's, the best place to use these vehicles is in areas where the speed limit is 20 miles per hour. So that's like number one. And then number two, where it's 25. And we don't really recommend going where it's 30 and above. So if there's something that you can do to convey that, and perhaps that can encourage people to take alternative routes and keep themselves out of danger. So that's one thing. And then I thought the point that Sam brought up with regards to Walnut is worth considering. I know that when you exactly as Sam said, when you hit Walnut and you're heading west, you either get on the sidewalk or you go around, and usually people get on the sidewalk. So if there's any way that we might be able to handle that particular route sooner than later, And I really like the idea of addressing it holistically. However, that is kind of a choke point in terms of heading west. So other than that, thank you very much. And onwards with communication.
Thank you, Mary. Aaron?
I'll just echo what my colleagues have said and just say I really appreciate your extraordinary work here in the Transportation Department and the other staff members across the organization that were involved. I mean, we had a kind of a thorny problem of like, well, how do we move our transportation policies on micro mobility devices into the next century? And we said, staff, can you figure this out? And you just did. So really appreciate that fantastic work very much. And it's great to get our dismount zones to the point where they make sense now. So that's a great step forward too. Appreciate you taking BJAD out of that list. I didn't think that made a huge amount of sense. I think what we've got now is just the perfect balance. I will agree that walnut is a tough nut to crack, but we'll come back to that another day. And then I'm happy to make a motion since nobody else has yet. So I'll move that we adopt Ordinance 8447, the regulation of human and electric-powered micromobility devices on streets, paths, and sidewalks.
Second that.
All right, very good. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Great. Seeing none and predicting where I think this will go, if you do not want to pass this, raise your hand. Seeing none. Yes. Oh, roll call. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
sir.
Alicia. Stole your
No
thunder.
worries.
Go for it.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure you're legal when you do it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right. So we'll start with Councilmember Wallach.
Aye.
Weaver.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
And Sweatlick.
Aye.
Ordinance 8447 has been adopted unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the reminder, Alicia, and on to you for the next item.
Thank you kindly.
All right, sir.
You
Next
all.
we have item 5A, which is the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan progress and next steps.
And for this item, I'm going to first introduce Jacob Lindsay, our Director of Planning and Development Services, who will introduce the team.
Well, good evening, Mayor Weaver and members of council. I'm so pleased to be here with you tonight to present this in-progress update on the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. This, of course, is a major effort that began in 2019, and tonight you'll hear an update on the current progress. And this will be presented by Kathleen King, who is a senior planner with Planning and Development Services. And with that, Kathleen, I will turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks so much. Good to see everyone tonight. Great to be with you. I'm excited to talk about East Boulder. We have a presentation to share with council, and then we're hoping to get your feedback on some key questions. So I'm not sure who is changing slides, but you can go to the next one. So the last time we were together in the fall, we took a look at some of those concepts for changing land uses in East Boulder. We shared those concepts and collected a lot of community feedback that we're going to go through tonight. I'll talk about how that feedback is starting to shape a draft concept for land use. And we've also been meeting with other city boards and collecting their input as well. So we'll look at some of that before getting into the questions. Next, please. So here's the key questions to consider as we walk through the presentation. In the current draft of the land use concept, does council feel that we're striking the right balance between achieving our citywide goals and meeting community desires? And then, if not, what should really be modified, or how can we improve upon this draft? And then as the project progresses forward, what are the essential topics that council wants to address in order for the plan to be supported? So we will jump in next, please. As a quick reminder, the purpose of subcommunity planning is to really take the big citywide goals of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and consider where and how they can be implemented in a subcommunity at the local level. Next. The final subcommunity plan will include a few key deliverables. So first is a land use plan, which updates the city's land use map and guides decision-making about land management, capital improvements, and development review. And then the second is a connections plan, and this updates the transportation master plan and similarly guides decisions about management and investment in our transportation network. Next, please. So another major deliverable of this process is the plan's implementation matrix, which is a tool that includes key recommendations for implementing the vision and describes who's responsible for those recommendations. This tool will help to inform work plans across various city departments in the years to come as we help implement key pieces of the overall project. Next, please. So I think by now probably everyone is familiar with some of the basics on the subcommunity, but just as a reminder, our area of study is generally north of Arapahoe Avenue and east of Foothills Parkway. The subcommunity includes some major landmarks like Boulder Community Health, the Foothills campus, the Boulder Municipal Airport, Valmont City Park, and Flatiron Business Park. The subcommunity is about 1,600 acres. It includes around 700 parcels. There's within the boundaries, there's just a small residential community at San Lazaro Mobile Home Park. And the subcommunity is a key employment area in the city. So we're supporting about 17,000 jobs out there. Next, please. So we've talked in the past about the big challenge of this project. You know, it's really trying to find balance between all of our citywide goals and prioritizing how East Boulder can make the best contribution to achieving these goals. So this conversation around trade-offs was the basis of our recent engagement window. Next. As part of that conversation, a main goal of this process is to consider whether the currently planned uses included in the BVCP will provide the types of opportunity and changes that the community wants to see take place in this area over the next 20 years, or whether we should make some changes to this plan to better align with those community desires. So this is the land use plan that we're considering updating. This currently envisions that over half the area will be industrial land uses. There's a significant amount of designated open space and parks land, and then some land that's categorized as public, like the airport and the hospital. And then we also have just a few community business parcels around 55th and Arapahoe. So what we've seen happening under this plan over about the last 10 years is that the area has been transitioning from an industrial area to more flex and office space. So with the exception of the hospital and newer medical uses near that campus, this change has taken place primarily through property renovations and improvements rather than redevelopment. We've also found that some of the more traditional industrial tenants in the area have migrated to newer buildings in other locations or other cities. And that, the office and flex tenants like research or tech companies have moved in and repurposed some of those industrial spaces. So, I think it's also noteworthy that there's a perception that this area offers affordable employment space within the city. And that's true in some specific sites. In general, office rents here are lower than the citywide average. But for some of the industrial flex space, our economic consultant has found that the rents are actually a little higher than other places in the city, like Gun Barrel, despite the fact that much of the building stock in East Boulder is pretty dated. So, I think some of these trends are part of the reason that council selected East Boulder for sub-community planning in 2019. There's an understanding that change is happening in this area, and we want to find ways to manage that change that will benefit our citywide goals and the community. Next, please. So we last met with council this past fall to look at some potential changes and talk about modeling, projections, and scenario testing. We modeled 3 alternative future land use scenarios and a no change scenario to provide some metrics for community members to consider. We put all that information out there and asked the community to weigh in. Next, please. Because we're still operating solely online, our engagement methods took a different form this winter than I think what we're all used to doing. But I'll say I think the program that we provided, although it was new to the community and new to staff, was pretty effective. Next, please. Over 500 people participated in the engagement process over the past 2.5 months, and we still have engagement that's ongoing. Over 300 people completed our online questionnaire through Be Heard Boulder, many of whom took a lot of care and time to submit some really, really thoughtful comments. As part of the project, we created informational videos in both English and Spanish to describe the project and the land use options. Some of those videos had almost 200 views. And then we also hosted 4 live events to get, still try to get that face-to-face time with community members. So 3 of those were held in English and then 1 in Spanish. So I hope you got a chance to review the engagement summary included in the packet, but if not, please check out the project webpage where you can review all of the community comments we received. There are a lot. And people gave an enormous amount of thought and time into their participation in the project. So it's really worth reviewing. I'm going to focus on a couple areas of feedback that I think will be important to our conversation for tonight. So next, please. So the first focus area that we'll talk about is housing. As you know, some big questions for this plan have been, do we want housing in East Boulder? And if we do, how much of it and where should it really go? So what we've heard is yes, most people support developing new housing in East Boulder, especially if we can find a way to provide affordable and attainable housing aimed at people who work in the area, who are commuting to the area. So I think in general, we got a lot of feedback about commuters coming to East Boulder for work, and community members are interested in providing housing as a way of reducing commutes, reducing traffic, and thereby, reducing some of the emissions generated by those trips as well. We also heard that people want to see housing in mixed use areas. They want residential opportunities mixed with other uses. The idea of 15-minute neighborhoods in East Boulder is widely supported. There was really very little interest in dedicating an area to residential only uses. People want to provide a mix, I think, because it's a convenient way to live, but also again because of the opportunity to reduce car trips, which we heard a lot about. There was also some great input and feedback about the San Lazaro Mobile Home Park. So as I mentioned earlier, this is the only residential community that is within the boundary of the East Boulder subcommunity. It is, however, outside the city limit and located in Boulder County. So the area is eligible for annexation, but it is privately owned. There's a lot of support for improving quality of life for the residents there by working to protect the park for mobile homes, keep their rents relatively low, and getting residents access to city services and programs. So right now we're limited in what we can offer for those residents since they are outside the city, but residents of the area have been really, really willing to participate throughout this process, and staff is looking for ways to create a win-win situation for that property owner and the residents. Another idea that garnered a lot of support was co-locating new housing with area green space. So Valmont City Park is the city's largest active recreation park, and it's located in this area. And then we also have access to Boulder Creek and the Boulder Creek Path, as well as South Boulder Creek. Next, please. So then On the flip side of our houses to job scale is the idea of East Boulder as a place to do business, as a real job center. So community members really value East Boulder business space, and it came out loud and clear that it's really important to preserve and prioritize this kind of space for a variety of types and sizes of businesses. Related to that variety, many community members would like to see new retail in the area, especially related to food and beverage. Places like markets, restaurants, bars were frequently cited. We also heard through some focus groups about interest in expanding medical uses in East Boulder. There's a major demand for medical and medical office space in the area because of the close proximity to services at the hospital. And so this topic came up with some frequency as well. Next slide, please. So there's also a lot of concern in the community about how changes in the area could impact East Boulder businesses. People want to make sure that East Boulder isn't just a place for startups. We want to allow businesses to evolve and grow in Boulder after they experience success. There's some worry that introducing new housing to the area will create real conflicts with the realities of industrial and manufacturing businesses, like noises, truck traffic, and security. So it's important to community members that real thought goes into siting any new housing in strategic locations. There's also a lot of worry about how future changes, redevelopment, or investment will impact the affordability of some industrial spaces and the rents in the area. The idea of gentrification in East Boulder and losing some of those East Boulder businesses and industrial jobs to more affordable surrounding communities is a major concern that we heard a lot about. Next, please. So then, how do we tie pieces together and make it all work? We look at parts of the transportation network as well. So in general, there is support in the community for increasing and improving connections for all different modes of mobility in East Boulder, and a recognition that the network out here is lacking. People want more walkable areas, so we need the facilities to support that, but we also need the places or the destinations to walk to. East Boulder has a lot of surface parking, and maybe not surprisingly, there's some tension around this topic. Some people would like to see less parking and want to use that space for something else. But for others, the availability of parking in East Boulder is a major contributor to why they've located their business in the area. And that kind of access is very important to those business owners and employees. Next, please. Commuter traffic along Arapahoe was mentioned a lot. And, I think it's important to recognize that into the future, this roadway will continue to be a major corridor for commuters coming to Boulder from the east. There's some concern that this traffic could increase as redevelopment happens. And then, similar to some of the feedback we've received on housing, community members really support this idea of a 15-minute neighborhood as a way to help reduce trips. Next, please. So, lots and lots of great input. I think when I started working on this project, I really wasn't sure how that balance of workspace and a desire for new housing was going to shake out in East Boulder. But I think for me, one of my biggest takeaways from this last phase of engagement was that people really value East Boulder as a place to do business, to come up with new ideas, and to build a supportive network for local businesses and for people to be successful. I think part of that network is providing housing that people who work in the area can afford, but community members want to be really strategic and intentional about where that housing should be located. So that's part of what we're going to look at tonight. I'm going to share the draft concept for the subcommunity in a moment, but just want to be clear about our process. We're still at a draft phase, and we'll be iterating this draft through boards and community members, city staff, and our working group until we get to a place where all all the parties have a level of comfort and confidence in the plan that boards and council can move forward with adoption. So next, please. So coming out of that winter engagement session, one of the big ideas driving our concept is the idea that East Boulder could be the city's STEAM zone. So I think the working group has been searching for a way to identify East Boulder as its own place in the city. And this is one concept that we've come up with. The idea actually came from a conversation with the city's airport manager, who mentioned that the airport hosts STEM programs for CU, which is pretty cool. So STEM is an educational program that focuses on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but we've kind of modified that for East Boulder to incorporate the arts and our important medical uses in the area. And then one of the working group members also recommended that we call it the Stream Zone. So to also incorporate recreation, since we have so many recreational businesses located in East Boulder, and it's kind of reflective of being near the confluence of Boulder and South Boulder Creek. So that was a pretty cool idea as well. Next, please. So here we are. That takes us to some key concepts for change in the area. On the eastern end of Arapahoe, there's a lot of interest in the community for creating a better gateway or an entry into the city from the east. And we've been working with 2 graduate students at UC Denver to consider, very, very long-term visions for the future of the area around Valmont Power Plant. This concept would kind of build on that legacy of energy production to inspire a place we're calling the Energy Innovation District. So this end of town would remain really industrially focused. And then moving west, the next key concept is the mobility hub at 55th and Arapahoe. So as many of you know, as part of the East Boulder project, we're doing some greater detailed planning for the area around 55th and Arapahoe and looking at different redevelopment and mobility concepts that could help this area evolve. That project is grant funded and we have a great consultant team working on this. Right now we're in an engagement phase asking for community preferences and feedback around transit-oriented development concepts. And then building off of opportunities at 55th and Arapahoe, we look to the Flatiron Business Park as an incubator zone. And I think, this idea of incubator is meant to inspire both the growth for new and existing businesses as well as the growth of community. So then if we keep moving up 55th, we have this area around Valmont City Park that's really focused on transforming into a live, work, play neighborhood. We're building off the idea of pairing new housing with existing green space, looking for ways to bring live work options into the community, and really wanting to connect that San Lazaro neighborhood into the city and into a great future for this area. Next, please. So, what does that mean for our mobility network? We know Arapahoe today and well into the future is going to continue to be a key connector into and out of the city. But now 55th Street becomes much more important for connecting these other areas of investment and building a spine for a more walkable and mobile community. It also calls to attention Valmont Road as a place where existing and future residents will likely travel more frequently. So how do we make that experience easy, intuitive, and just more pleasant to travel on? Next, please. So we've taken those general concepts and built a draft land use plan for your feedback. There are 8 areas of change identified. I'm going to talk through the land use changes being proposed and describe some of the thinking behind these and the feedback we've already received to date. Next. So the first is the station area at 55th and Arapahoe. For this area, we're actually proposing a totally new land use category, which we're calling mixed use TOD or mixed use transit oriented development. This land use would provide a mix of residential, office, commercial, and retail, as well as some light industrial space that will support and is supported by the regional mobility hub that's planned at the site as part of the future vision for BRT along Arapahoe Avenue. In general, there's good community support for transit-oriented development in this area. People are interested in seeing a greater mix of uses, but want to make sure that the last mile connections from this BRT station are prioritized in the planning. We're continuing to work with the consultant team to study this in greater detail, and I'm sure we'll have some more information about that in the next couple of months. Next, please. So the next area we're looking at is on the east side of Valmont City Park, bound by Valmont Road, 55th, and Pearl Parkway. So today, this area is designated light industrial, and we're proposing a change to mixed use industrial. So this change will direct a greater mix of light industrial, residential, and retail uses in the area. It is envisioned that the future redevelopment would incorporate both a horizontal and vertical mix of uses. Recent feedback from the working group includes wanting to prioritize the area sort of immediately adjacent to the park for residential. So we're exploring different opportunities for how that might play out and how it could be accessed appropriately. Next, please. So this next concept isn't a land use change. This is actually looking at the San Lazaro Mobile Home Park for annexation. The area is eligible for annexation. As I mentioned, it's privately owned, and our annexation process and requirements can be quite expensive. So staff is currently considering ways to provide some assistance that would help guarantee long-term affordability of the area while also gaining key improvements that we've heard residents strongly support. Next, please. So now we're hopping over to the west side of Valmont City Park and looking at an area between Valmont Road and Pearl Street. Today, the mapping for this area includes some community industrial, a swath of open space other, which we believe is misaligned with some of the existing conditions along ditches in the area, and then some light industrial as well. So the draft concept for land use here is, again, a mixed use industrial category intended to retain key business space, but build opportunity for new residential and retail with access to the park and the existing residential community to the north. So for both this area and the other mixed use industrial on the east side of the park, we've gotten feedback from our working group and the Housing Advisory Board that these two areas have great potential to provide the kinds of housing that might be attractive to a lot of the commuters in the area. Next, please. So the next concept is for a light industrial area located just west of the KOA recreation site. Excuse me. Today, this is light industrial, and the majority of this land is located in the high hazard and conveyance zones. So one idea that received both positive and negative feedback during the engagement process was setting a long-term vision to evolve lands in these areas of the floodplain to green space. So this area is currently outside city limits, so we've been meeting with colleagues at the county to consider this change. But the intention is to expand the recreational space near KOA Lake and provide additional passive green space for workers and potential residents in the area. We were just at PRAB, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board last night, and we received feedback that this concept didn't particularly align with what we've heard from the community about pairing green space with new residential. And I would say that the idea also didn't receive a lot of traction at the recent working group meeting because of the loss of industrial space. So it's perhaps not trending in the right direction, but there's still some interest in exploring this concept further. So I look forward to hearing your thoughts on this one. Next, please. So the next area of change is Flatiron Business Park. Again, this draft proposes a change from light industrial to mixed use industrial in order to create a place that allows for more retail, which is a key desire of community members, and allows for both a horizontal and vertical mix of residential uses. The working group really would like to expand this area of change and apply the change out to both sides of 55th Street corridor. So that's something that we'll be looking at in our next iteration. Next, please. So this next change would align the land use plan with the recently approved site and use review application for the Waterview project. So the change is from a light industrial to a mixed use residential area along East Arapahoe, just west of South Boulder Creek. Next, please. And then this is the last one. This last change was not tested in our last round of engagement, but came through as we reviewed some of the community input for changes along Arapahoe. This changes a small area that's currently used for storage facilities and has a light industrial land use to mixed use residential as a way to create a continuous area for residential opportunity between the JCC and 63rd Street, which terminates at the Columbine Mobile Home Park on the south side of Arapahoe. So in general, the working group is supportive of creating a continuous area for residential here. Next, please. So that's where we're at with the current draft plan. I've described some of the feedback we've recently received from the working group, but I want to highlight a few more points from some of the recent board meetings we've been to. Next, please. So the Housing Advisory Board reviewed the concept 2 weeks ago and wanted to prioritize a few key issues in this plan. So creating a mix of housing types that could be suitable for a range of incomes was a top priority. Looking to some of the surrounding residential neighborhoods and building density around those to better foster changes that would support 15-minute neighborhoods. And thinking about and I think getting creative in our approach to this mixed use industrial category and figuring out what types of structures could be created in these areas that would maintain a light industrial or flex use, but incorporate residential opportunity and some live work options. Next, please. And then just last week, we had a great joint board work session with Planning Board and Transportation Advisory Board. So I wanted to highlight some feedback from those groups as well. The term human scale design came up a lot. So thinking about how the form of the built environment will impact the experience of future places in East Boulder. There's a real interest in seeing more diversity in uses, but also architectural character as well. I think we know that changes in East Boulder will happen kind of incrementally over time. We don't have any huge areas that are all under one owner and can be sort of master planned. It's going to continue to evolve a little more eclectically. The group really honed in on a need not only for connections to improve the travel experience in the area, but also the need to take some initiative in creating destinations in the area so people have more places to go. We talked about this area continuing to be a major employment hub and how we can effectively manage and plan for parking. There was great interest in programming and doing some events or temporary installations that will inspire change and invite more people to just experience East Boulder. And then I think in general, there was real excitement around that idea of experimentation, building on the STEAM concept or the STREAM concept and letting it play out in the redevelopment of the area was something both boards had a lot of excitement around. So next, please. So lots of exciting stuff, lots of hard work ahead. We're closing in on the end of our 4th phase of the project, and the plan deliverable for this phase of work will be a final land use plan. We're hoping to have that and what we're calling the 60% draft recommendations ready for community input and another engagement window later this summer. Next. And that's it. That's a longer presentation than I usually like to give, but thanks for hanging in there with me. There's a lot to consider. I'm happy to answer any questions at this point and look forward to the discussion and getting your feedback.
Great. Thank you so much, Kathleen. That is a great presentation, a great overview. Thanks for keeping us abreast of what's going on there. Why don't we start with questions, and then after questions, let's just go around and say our comments. Junie, and then Aaron.
Thank you for this presentation. It's well thought of. I just have a few questions. I'm wondering, is there any plan to annex San Lazaro into Boulder to include as part of the East Boulder plan?
I think that's one of the recommendations we're considering. The city's had conversations with that property owner kind of on and off over the years. There's been interest, but yeah, annexation is challenging and expensive. So we're trying to figure out what the best path forward is for that.
Okay, thank you. Also, you mentioned next engagement window. Well, the community members get the opportunity as well to answer that question or to give you feedback.
Yes, so in the next engagement window, we'll be getting feedback on that preferred land use alternative, and then some of these key recommendations. So yes, things like whether or not to annex San Lazaro could be something that we ask for more feedback about, as well as other topics.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think I just wanted to make the comment. You mentioned TAB and HAB in one of your slides. I think they could be great resources. Again, you talked about mixed use and different types of housing availability to community members. So that's, annexation would be ideal, or at least it would support our community values as long as it's not against the comp plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Junie. Aaron?
Yeah, Kathleen, thanks for that comprehensive presentation. It's very informative. A couple questions for you. So we're talking about land use concepts here. And I've seen a lot of mixed use industrial, mixed use residential. What are the particular zoning districts that we would have in mind that would fit in with those land uses?
So, as this plays out and as we've been thinking about some of those things, when we look at the area for that we're calling out as mixed use TOD, that's something we're exploring right now that there might not be a fit in our current zones that perfectly align with what's being envisioned for that area. So that we may be exploring creating new zones. But for the mixed use industrial category, I think some of it's going to depend on how it shakes out and how some of the pieces come together. But the service industrial category, I think, is something that we're getting a lot of value out of, and that folks feel sort of protective over. That we've kind of heard of that during this engagement process. So figuring out how that plays or doesn't play well with some of our medium or higher density residential categories will be something that we'll look at as well. But I think, that's part of what we're exploring right now. The mixed use industrial land use category isn't super well defined right now, and we don't have great examples of it in other places of the city. So we're kind of crafting it as we go and trying to find that right fit.
Okay, thanks for that. Because I saw you called out the TOD would probably involve a new zone, but I didn't hear that about the other ones. But yeah, I mean, the one example, main one that comes to mind is in the steel yards, which has some of that, industrial mixed use approach. But yeah, so I guess we refine that as we go along. I'll just throw in a quick comment here that it's certainly worth considering creating new zones as part of this. We did that with the TVAP, right? We did a number of new zones as part of that area plan. So that could be a good fit here too. So I'll just throw that in there. Next question. So there was that bit, proposed potentially to have land use changes as park, but it's currently developed and it's in the county. It's a little unclear to me how that would work. Like if we're interested in actually buying it for parkland, like we get that, we could make offers on land. But with existing developed land, I mean, how does the land use of park play out? It's a little unclear to me.
Yeah, it would be something that would certainly have to progress over time, and we'd have to get pretty significant financial commitments to make something like that happen. And then also, as if we were to pursue that and transition that previously developed space into either active recreation parkland or try to restore it to something more similar to the adjacent area along Boulder Creek, it would be a pretty big lift, but not impossible. It's been done in other places.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that. And then last question. So the Flatirons Business Park that was proposed for the industrial mixed use, which I thought made a lot of sense. And I heard the feedback from the working group about extending that to both sides of 55th. Mm-hmm. And that kind of jumped out to me as well when I looked at that proposal. So I'm curious what the thinking is about potentially just changing Flatirons Business Park versus also changing to me, very similar developed areas to the west of it.
Yeah, so the area that's outlined for change in our current concept plan, I think part of it is, we got all that feedback about being a little bit more strategic and careful about where we start to introduce residential opportunities into the area. And so trying to put a little bit more of a boundary on that. But in the conversation with the working group, and as they're considering, how 55th might evolve over time, they thought that increasing or extending that flexibility out to both sides of 55th would be appropriate. And they think that should also be considered for potential residential in the future as well. So that's sort of that evolution of that conversation, I think.
Okay, that's helpful. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Then Mary and Mark. Mary?
Thanks, Sam. And thank you, Kathleen, for the fine presentation. Thanks, Aaron, for asking the question about new zones, because that was something that came up for me, especially in the sense that I'm wondering how the retail strategy has informed the plan so far, and what accommodations could be made for different uses, like retail spaces that are really small for smaller businesses, and they're affordable by virtue of their smallness. And I don't know if that's currently allowed in any of our zones. That's my first question.
Yeah, so thinking about how the citywide retail strategy played into some of this, we have gotten a lot of great input from the Community Vitality Department about what the business community, I think, is looking for in terms of retail that would support some of the existing employment, and thinking about as we transition some areas and allow for more residential, what are the also, kind of supportive retail elements or features that would build upon the city's retail inventory. I think part of what we're sort of exploring and maybe adding to that strategy is giving some of these industrial businesses that kind of front of house opportunity that they can't, that they don't have today. So for instance, great business in East Boulder is Choco Love. They make chocolate bars, really, really good ones. But you can't just like walk up to Choco Love and buy a chocolate bar. You have to go to a store in a different location. So there's some barriers to allowing our industrial businesses to also be retailers in the area. And so we're trying to figure out how to best make that happen and what's the experience for customers as they visit as well. So there's, I think there's certainly some exciting ideas related to that interaction. But then also, we worked with Community Vitality to look at where these kind of food grocery deserts are, and East Boulder is certainly one of them. And so have been talking to different retailers about, what do you need to convince you to get a grocery store there? How many homes do we have to provide? And what are the different grocery or market sort of formats that might fit with this neighborhood as it transitions? So I think there's a lot there to explore in terms of retail, and we're trying to be creative about it because that, retail is changing, and to be successful in retail is getting harder and harder.
Right, right, and hence the question. So, and then another question I have has to do with city-owned properties in the area. Through this process, have you all identified what properties the city owns that might be something that could be used for housing?
Yes. So the city owns a couple of areas out there. One area that we looked at in particular with housing and facilities is the MSC site and kind of the southern area of Valmont City Park, to think about, is there any great housing opportunity there? And we couldn't piece together a level of density or create the type of neighborhood character that would also support that 15-minute neighborhood kind of conversation. And so while we sort of have the space, in that suitability analysis, it wasn't a great match. And then we've also, the MSC site is a really important kind of essential service site for the city as well. And so it just didn't play out.
So you're talking about the maintenance service center. Is that what MSC stands for?
Yes, I'm sorry, the municipal service center. Yep.
And that is the one along that would be the south side of Old Pearl.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. And then, the other area that the city owns a lot of land around, that's come up, probably every couple of weeks, every couple of months, is the Boulder Municipal Airport. And there's just a lot of limitations on the type of uses that can happen out there, and the implications of changing uses there that I think have prevented that idea of exploring housing at the airport from going much further. But I also think throughout this process and throughout our conversations with community members, the airport has sort of kind of risen as a great community place that probably I really wasn't familiar with before. But during COVID, they hosted drive-in movies there. They do all kinds of youth programs. And so as their master plan process comes up, I think it's coming up in 2024, 2025, they'll be looking at how to kind of celebrate that a little bit more and extend the airport terminal into potentially more space for community. So that conversation evolved as well.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And one of the things that you mentioned came up in the joint planning board and TAB meeting was the idea of connections. And I'm wondering, in the 60% draft plan that you're planning on bringing later on, will that include a connections plan?
Yes, that's the intention. And I think that's why we tried to bring those two groups together at this point is we need to really start pairing new connections, some of our TMP planned connections with these changes in land use. And so, yes, we will we'll start working on a connections plan to go with this as well.
Great. I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Mary. Mark?
Yeah, just a couple questions, and thank you for that presentation. It was very, very clear. One of our Boulder Valley Comp Plan principles is 706, which is to promote a mixture of housing types. As we increase housing in this area, are there any plans afoot to fulfill that goal so that we just don't get large scale market rate rentals? You know, we'd like to provide opportunities for lower priced ownership opportunities, the missing middle, all of that sort of thing. It seems to me there's an opportunity here. Have we given any thought to how we might access that opportunity?
Yeah, that's definitely something that has come up in a lot of community conversations and certainly came up at Housing Advisory Board at the recent meeting we had with them. And I think that's part of this next phase of work as we get towards that preferred land use concept. We're going to do some site testing and really start to figure out how much of what type of housing can be accommodated under these revised land uses. And you know, I think a wide variety of sort of structures and unit types will be explored, but we're also, you know, we're also trying to figure out how to create new ones, I think. And you know, that's really related specifically to that combination of a light industrial and a residential unit type. You know, thinking about how that might come together in a vertical structure is there's not a lot of examples of that, but we've heard a lot about wanting to see this type of live work product. So that's, we're looking at that as well.
Okay, thank you. And my only other question is, of the 8 areas that you're looking at, with the exception of San Lazaro, everyone involves a conversion of light industrial to mixed use industrial. The other 7 areas all propose that transition. I'm assuming housing and retail are going to be much more profitable than, you know, the current kinds of light industrial uses we see now. So my question is, where are the true light industrial users going to go? And are you not concerned that they will be crowded out by higher profit opportunities, whether it's retail or housing?
Yes, we are concerned about that. And I think part of this next phase of work is bringing on our economic consultant that we've been working with to conduct some feasibility studies and really test how the market might receive some of these land use changes. And, you know, part of that is to learn what that type of, the working group has used the term commercial gentrification, what those implications might be. But also, you know, this area as a light industrial area, as office space, as flex space, it already performs really well. Property owners are making money today. So wanting to introduce a new use type will likely require some incentive to make that change happen. And so we'll have to test that as well in this next phase of work.
Okay. I would assume the market will be very responsive to the prospect of putting housing or retail in these zones. And, you know, I would ask you to keep a mind or an eye on what happens to the actual light industrial users, because I don't know where they're going to go.
Mm-hmm.
And if we are concerned about being able to have our residents access some of these businesses and not have to go to Longmont or Superior for these purposes, I think we ought to be cautious.
Thanks, Mark. Are you done? Any more? Okay. Adam?
Yeah, just have a little follow-up to Mark's question. With these new uses, switching to mixed industrial, is there like a percentage cap of what other uses can actually take up that space? Like if we were to switch something to mixed industrial, I realize that's not a zoning change, but you know, could it happen that all residential and commercial take its place and then it's no longer industrial at all? Like, I just don't know enough about the land use component of this. Wondering about that.
Yeah, so we don't typically have caps like that, but some of our land use categories have limitations on the amount of residential that can happen there. So we do a dwelling unit per acre maximum. So that might be something that we'll explore. Right now, the mixed use industrial category does not have that dwelling unit per acre description, but that may be something that we look at adding as part of this.
Okay, and I'm a little less worried about the residential component and a little more worried about the office commercial type usage outweighing the light industrial usage for sure.
Yeah, I think that is a trend that we're seeing now, and that's something that under current conditions can happen now. There's nothing to you know, outside of some of our zones that would limit a lot of the owners or folks who lease the property from converting light industrial space to office space. We see that happen pretty frequently now.
Gotcha. Yeah. Thinking about barriers to prevent that from happening would definitely be a priority for me.
Okay.
Great. And I have two questions of my own and a whole bunch of comments. So I won't do the comments. I'll just do the two questions right now. So first is when I'm looking at slide 22, which is the overview of the whole East Boulder sub-community. And I've seen this on some other slides as well. For Flatirons Business Parks, number 6 here, you drew that circle well to the east of 55th Street. And I know that there's a whole bunch of buildings between your yellow line that circles 6 and 55th. So how did you pick the area to circle, and why didn't you include the buildings all the way up to 55th Street to the west?
Yeah, so you know, I mentioned a little bit earlier that a lot of the feedback that we got, folks had wanted to be pretty strategic and sort of limit the areas of change where we would introduce new residential. And so looking at that Flatiron Business Park, there's some kind of natural barriers there. So the railroad, the ditch, and then the creek on the other side that sort of created a natural little island where maybe we could start introducing residential and see how those uses kind of play together. But as I mentioned, the working group wants to expand that area, and they want to include those businesses or those parcels on either side of 55th and really extend that out to allow for, I think, both more flexibility in the change that could happen out there, but also wanting to tie 55th more into the opportunity for residential and give people that greater access to the mobility hub at 55th and Arapahoe. So that idea kind of evolved or is evolving now.
Got it. Well, I appreciate the wanting to test new land uses before we apply them everywhere. I was just curious what the thinking was, but you're right, there, corner of Arapahoe and 55th. That's part of your mixed use TOD, but the largest kind of community hub is on that corner, and there's others, so I'm generalizing, but is that northwest corner community plaza or whatever it's called out there, I forget, is that owned by one landowner, or is there a big landowner within it, or is it a whole bunch of little ones? So again, northwest corner, Arapahoe and 55th. It's where the credit union is. It's where the Quiznos is. And
at the corner. So the majority of it is owned by one landowner, but then there is a second that has parts of like where the Boulder or UC Health building is. So there's just a couple.
Got it. So that's interesting because unlike Diagonal Plaza, which has 6 or 7, this one has a couple. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. We've just for everyone's knowledge, we've been coordinating with those owners pretty closely as part of the stamp project.
Awesome. So with that, we've got the 2 questions to answer and any other feedback that council might have. So I would open it up for anything that you'd like to say on East Boulder Sub-Community Plan. I do not see a lot of hands, so I'll go with mine then real quick. So I think annexing San Lazaro makes all the sense in the world if that's possible. So I think that is a no-brainer, and I think we need to do whatever we can to get that in. And as far as the park idea for the currently county land, I don't know if I think it should be a park or not, but it does seem odd that that's not part of the city. So it also seems like if we're going to look at annexation of San Lazaro, it might make sense to also look at that west of KOA kind of area. So that's one thought around that. I really think the heart of all of this, and one key is going to be what you have is mixed use transit oriented development at the corner of Arapahoe and 55th. I mean, that's where everyone in this whole area who works out here, in commuters and people who live in Boulder alike, that corner is where most of the food is. It's where much of the coffee, meeting place, that is a gathering space. And there's only a few others out there, at least that I used, and those are in Flatirons Park. So I really do think a lot of attention needs to be paid to that corner, because I think, if you could get a grocery store in there, even if it was small, I think that would be an amenity which would kind of change the complexion. And I expect as you talk to the neighborhood south of Arapahoe, you might find that desire as well. So I would just say, whatever you do, spend a lot of time trying to get that right. And sadly, like in a lot of the surrounding area to that shopping center is a lot of very nice kind of startup space. And there's a robotics company out there. I mean, to Mark's point about being careful, I think you might want to break down that mixed use transit oriented development even more granularly when you dig in there. Maybe it's done with zoning, but I think, the stuff that's near the streets is going to have high appeal as service. But the stuff that's a little bit back behind it is stuff where startups go. Also, companies that are concerned with their rent and lease costs would look at that area, everything from range all the way down. So I think that is a key component, and that you want to be careful there and maybe more granular. I think the ideas of these mixed use industrial are fantastic. I really do like it. And I think it takes a ton of care to get those right, because having some office space become housing can make a lot of sense. I mean, there's a lot of office available, but when you get into the flex or the industrial, it gets much harder to find in Boulder, right? And so those are the parts that I would be very careful about displacing. So, measure 3 or 4 times and cut once with that. So watch the light industrial and watch the flex, because once that's gone, it's gone for good. With the office, I think office can come and go a little more easily than that flex. At least that's the way it appears from the development pattern. So I support all 3 of the major mixed use industrial, but I also think you might want to get a little more granular. Maybe there's a couple different flavors of that. But I'm not so concerned with the office, much more concerned, as Adam mentioned, with the light industrial and in the whole area, but in particular, rezoning those 3. I think the other thing to think about is the reason that there's separation of use and zoning is because of some of the negative external impacts, whether it's noise or smell. Like there's coffee roasters out there. There's at least a couple coffee roasters in the area. Those aren't great places to be next door to when they're small. And then even when they have to put in pollution control, there's still some smoke. So just another thing is we don't want to drive all industry out, I don't think, of Boulder. And so we have to be careful with that. So you might want to subdivide some of those big gray blobs based on the different age or what we hope to see there. But I also think, there could be a lot of residential come in over time out here. So I think having that on the radar is really good. So let me see what else I had here. One thing that I just want to point out, I've said it before, I don't know if it's a pipe dream or not, but one of the challenges with getting down into Flatirons Business Park or anything on 55th Street, not in a car, is that there's no easy connection. You're having to figure out the way around. Like if you want to go a little more on the Arapahoe side of that area, you'll end up cutting through parking lots behind Ball to be able to make the connection all the way to 55th. Otherwise, you have to go down the path that runs along Pearl Parkway. And it's just, if there were a way to follow the easement of the power lines. So if you go and you look east from kind of where the Goose Creek path dead ends into the Boulder Creek path, you just look east from there, there's an obvious set of power lines, there's an easement. So I have no idea if it's possible, but that would be a connection when you look at the connection plan that would be great to be able to make. And because going through those parking lots is a pain, but it is the easiest way to get from the Boulder Creek path over to 55th Street. And then I think that's most of it. Oh, airport. For reasons that are not particularly happy, I've been at the Rocky Mountain Airport a couple of times recently, and they do have nice community space out there. So I think it would be an improvement in the kind of integration of the airport into our community writ large if there was a reason for people to go there. If there was an upside. And I know there's a small meeting room out there. I've had one meeting out there, but I really do think making the airport more of an amenity to people who aren't pilots in Boulder would be something that would create benefits down the road. So the Rocky Mountain Airport, it's obviously bigger and they land some small jets there, but it's worth going out and looking at that facility and seeing if there's a way that could be improved. And then to the mix of housing question, and I totally concur with both ownership and missing middle, it seems like we should try and learn from Alpine Balsam, right? And so try and replicate some of the learnings of the mix of housing types they're going to end up with there and see if that's a prototype that could be used in these mixed-use industrial areas. It wouldn't be the whole area, but it could be parts of that that make the most sense for housing. Can we, somehow incentivize or require a mix of housing so that it's not all high-end apartments, which is what it will be if you let the market make its mind up. You'll get park mosaic everywhere out there if that's what you zone for. So I think it's important not to get park mosaic everywhere in that area. And then just a final comment, you said something that I want us to be careful about. You talked about dwelling units per acre as a mix. That's a density limitation. And I think we want to be careful that what we're after is more of a use direction so that we get what we want. And that dwelling unit per acre, it's a blunt tool. And I think we're trying to get rid of that, generally speaking. I know that open space per dwelling unit, we want to be very careful about. And dwelling units per acre is density. It's not necessarily typology. So I think typology is at least as important as density, generally speaking. And I'll say, I think the stream district idea is really cool. I mean, I think there's a lot to that. And I think arts, I know that there's like t-shirt printing shops out there near the KOA business park, and there's all manner of, pop sockets is out there, which is totally different. So I think that arts would be great to be able to figure out how to incorporate here. In North Boulder, it's kind of naturally evolved out there. And I don't know if there's a home for that out here as well. I think that's most everything I had. I think this is fantastic to be thinking about this because this area has a ton of potential. So good job on this. And then Aaron, oh, hold on. Let me make sure I got that order right here. Aaron and then Mary. Aaron?
Yeah, Sam, thanks for those comments. I thought those were excellent. I'll agree with what Sam just said and throw in a few more here. I'll specifically echo the San Lazaro annexation. And like you say, it is expensive, but we may have opportunities with the Rescue Act funding and the Infrastructure Act, if that passes, that we might be able to get grants from a variety of the different buckets of money that are in those two that would support defraying the cost of annexation and improving the infrastructure there. So I think we should be looking at that for our other mobile home parks that are already in town, just as an aside, but like for their water infrastructure, but definitely here for San Lazaro, because that might move that up by years, our ability to annex them and improve their infrastructure. So I'll leave that out there. So yeah, I agree with the working group's thought about expanding the industrial mixed use area from Flatirons Park west to 55th, because I think those do have very similar current uses and have similar potential to evolve. And I'll say that a lot of how well it works out is how well we design the zones or changes to the zones when we get to that point, right? So that a lot of our ability to make this work out really well will be in that detail work that will come, some distance down the pike. But I think I really encourage us to get really creative with how we design those as we move forward, because our existing zoning tends to be a little black and white. This is allowed, this isn't allowed, and then we have footnotes and things that allow for some creativity. But to the extent that we can break down barriers, like that example of Chocolate was a great one. They manufacture the chocolate bars there. They are extremely good. Our household fan. But why wouldn't we allow them to have a little on-site shop? Like Celestial Seasonings does, for example. So to the extent that we can tune the rules to allow for some creative, innovative mixed-use districts. I think that's the kind of thing that we should be looking for. So I'd love for us to keep that in mind as we move along, and that's partly about that retail integration, but also very much on the housing, right? Like Mark was saying earlier, the goal is not to replace existing light industrial commercial buildings with big apartment buildings everywhere. The goal would be the mixed use, and that doesn't mean every single building needs to have a mix of uses, but that the district as a whole has a rich mix of uses that still has the room for the flex space, like Sam talked about, which is rare in town, and still has room for the light industrial, but also supplies room for some substantial additional housing, which we desperately need here in town to help with our pricing problems. And one thing I think about with that is, there are a lot of big parking lots in those areas right now. I forget exactly what the FAR allowance is, but it's something like 0.5.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so that means that we have lots of big parking lots in that district. Well, can we tune the rules such that the only option isn't just tearing it all down and building from scratch, but that we can fill in all those spaces? Because you could fill in half of the parking lots and create an enormous amount of housing and retail space and things like that, and still have a lot of parking left over. So I think a lot of how this becomes successful is how we write those rules. So I really want to encourage us to be creative. So I think the structures that you're setting up are pointing us in that direction. So I think that's fantastic. And those mixed use districts, I think, will serve us well, and as we flesh them out. And I think the TOD, the transit-oriented development concept, is a fantastic one. A number of us are working very hard on getting the bus rapid transit implemented, from Boulder all the way out east to Brighton. And, the vision there is within a few years that we're going to have really high frequency, high quality bus service through there. And so having a district oriented to that can take advantage of it. Great place for people to live and then commute into downtown or east, or, a variety of different places. And then just one thought about, I know you're thinking about it already, but then when we create the transportation connections plan, that's going to be really important, because we do have a lot of kind of bigger blocks through there right now that don't have a lot of connectivity in between them. And as things redevelop or change, we should make sure that those, multi-use paths go through, that connectivity happens. And also just think about how we can encourage the last first and final mile solutions. Like 55th as a spine will be really important, for long term, for how things change. And so what can we do to 55th over time to make it super easy for somebody who's working in one of those business parks now and in the future to get down to the rapid high frequency bus line down on Arapahoe? So to keep that in mind as we're developing the connections plan. And then I'll agree with Sam on the density calculation, that you want to be careful about that we have a lot of zones right now where our rules encourage fewer larger units. So if we want to make sure that we don't have a monoculture of any use, residential or otherwise, maybe that operates more on the overall parcel level, like percentages wise, or in the district or something. I'm not sure exactly how to make it work precisely, but to avoid kind of blunter tools like just a maximum dwelling unit per acre, that kind of thing. I think that covers it. This is really exciting. I think you all have done amazing work in the plan design and in the community outreach. So I'm really impressed with what you've got so far, and I'm really excited about the future of this as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Mary.
Thanks, Sam. So I want to echo what both Sam and Aaron said. And I particularly want to stress the annexation of San Lázaro. And thank you, Junie, for bringing that up. So I want to also particularly specifically echo the connection from Boulder Creek and Goose Creek over to 55th Street. That is really tricky. And as Sam mentioned, there's a way that you can cut through those parking lots, but it's not particularly pleasant. And so I think that'll be a something to pay attention to as you come up with the connections plan. In particular, in the mixed use TOD, to come up with new zoning, if we don't already have something that will provide for those micro businesses, that could be really great, particularly in that that section number 1, as people are waiting for the bus. Hopefully the BRT will happen, and there'll be a lot of activity there. So that's one thing. And then one of the things that has been an issue out there forever has been the lack of amenities. As Sam mentioned, there's the kind of the restaurant hub there on the south side of Arapahoe, right? I guess it's the southwest corner. Yeah, I think where all those businesses are, and but that's really the only place. And to be able to perhaps make some near-term changes, like perhaps to the food truck policy, to allow some of those uses kind of to bridge between now and whenever this might begin to be implemented. And I believe, oh, one more thing is, I know it's way off on the east side, but the whole idea of that energy hub with the old Valmont plant that is behind your screen there. Yep. I like the stream idea, but to add to the A out there, I don't know if any of y'all have been to Masmoka, but they turned an old industrial building into a really cool art space. So if that could be both the energy and the arts together, that'd be kind of cool. Anyway, that's far off because that's a big cleanup project. So anyway, thank you for the fine job on this. Looking forward to it.
Well, thank you all. I want to point out there's natural pull to have food trucks out there. There's one or two that come by periodically and park in the parking lots out there. So I think that's a natural fit. And I did have one comment that I missed. You've got the Flatirons Park in your bubble as an incubator zone. And I don't think that's particularly accurate. There's a whole bunch of like established running businesses out there. And I don't like incubator as a concept. It often falls flat. So I like innovation zone. You've got energy innovation out there. I would prefer innovation to incubator because I don't think that's very accurate out there. But that's all. Anyone else? Any other comments before we close up? This is great, Kathleen, and to all of the planners who have been helping in all the outreach. It's cool stuff. Good work.
Great. Thanks so much. Thanks to everyone for your input. This is really helpful.
Thank you.
Super. Okay, Alicia, want to take us to the next?
Of course, sir. Next, we have under matters from the city manager 5B, which is the update on city plans to move forward with prior commitments to collaborate with regional partners for construction of Rocky Mountain Greenway connectors.
Great, thank you, Alicia. And for this item, I'd like to introduce Mark Gershman from our Open Space and Mountain Parks Department, who will give the presentation. And Mark, we see your screen, but if you're talking, you're muted right now.
Mark, it looks like you're still muted. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and then you'll be able to speak.
Sorry about that. I had my screen up, so I'm going to now share my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Alicia. My name is Mark Gershman. I'm a senior planner with the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department, and I'm the project manager for the city's involvement with the Rocky Mountain Greenway Federal Land Access Program grant. Although you're seeing me, or at least hearing me, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the community members, the Open Space Board of Trustees, my colleagues here among city staff, and at the many partner agencies for their work on this project. In staff's January 5th information packet memo on this topic, we committed to provide an update to council on plans to move forward with prior commitments to collaborate with our regional partners for construction of the Rocky Mountain Greenway connectors, specifically around the city's participation in a federal land access program, or FLAP grant, to construct an underpass at Colorado Highway 128 to connect open space and mountain parks, as well as Boulder County parks and open space trails, with trails on the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge. I'm going to spend some time providing a little background about the Rocky Mountain Greenway. I will have a consultant that's been working with the partner team, Jason Andrews, give a brief presentation on the soil sampling. And then I'll wrap up with a couple of slides and then open the conversation up to questions from council. The Rocky Mountain Greenway concept was proposed by then Secretary of the Interior Salazar and then Governor Hickenlooper in 2012 as part of the Obama administration's America Great Outdoors initiative, which was set up to encourage people to spend more time recreating in nature. In 2015, the Rocky Mountain Greenway was integrated as a priority in Governor Hickenlooper's Colorado the Beautiful initiative to strengthen communities and economies by providing greater access to open spaces and outdoor recreation. The Rocky Mountain Greenway is a vision of a trail connecting the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge with the Two Ponds National Wildlife Refuge, a small refuge in Arvada, and the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge with Rocky Mountain National Park. And you can see that general concept illustrated here on this map. The sections of the Greenway from Adams County, where the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge lies, through Denver and Jefferson counties, have been largely completed. This project focuses on some missing links associated with the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge, which I may call the refuge from this point forward, highlighted here with the red box. The Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge trail system was approved through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's comprehensive conservation planning process, which includes a robust community engagement process and is also accompanied by NEPA reviews. So either environmental impact statements or environmental assessments are typically required for major developments. And there were both EISs and EAs associated with the planned trail system over the time period from 2005 through 2016, I believe. The trails program at Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge anticipates the Rocky Mountain Greenway and connections with trail systems in the north and east. These connections are shown here on this map in the red circles labeled A and B. Circle A is the junction of the multi-use Colton Trail, managed jointly by Open Space and Mountain Parks and Boulder County Parks and Open Space, and Colorado Highway 128. The underpass will be located in the Colorado Department of Transportation right-of-way, and access trails built for connections to the trail system on Open Space and Mountain Park / Boulder County Open Space, and then with the refuge. Circle B shows the location of the Indiana Street crossing, which is an overpass. What you see here in orange shows the portion of the planned trail system that's been constructed. These are largely along existing roads or 2 tracks on the refuge. Here the existing trail system is shown in orange, and these trails have been open to the public since September of 2018. There are also existing trailhead parking areas at the refuge, excuse me, sorry about that, at the refuge entrance off of Highway 128 and along the southern boundary where the refuge approaches the Candelas development. These large Ps show these trailhead parking areas. Ongoing public access and use of the refuge trail system will continue whether the connections are constructed or not. Staff from the refuge and open space and mountain parks and some of the partner agencies have already observed trail users crossing Highway 128, traveling in both directions to access trails on OSMP and on the refuge. The underpass that's proposed will improve the safety for visitors to open space in the refuge by providing a grade-separated crossing of Highway 128, where the speed limit is 55 miles an hour, and the actual speeds of vehicle often far exceed that. The Fish and Wildlife Service has secured funding for the design and construction of additional planned trail sections to connect the existing Rocky Flats trail system with the connections at points A and B. The additional build out of the plan system that's been approved through the process are shown as these blue trail linkages from the existing orange trail system, as you can see here. So that will also build out more of the trail system at the refuge. In 2015, Jefferson County approached the city staff in Boulder to discuss our participation in the FLAP grant, which would result in most of the project costs being borne by the Federal Highway Administration, the grantor, and the 17% cost share shared among the other partners. Proposal was drafted and presented to the Open Space Board of Trustees at a public meeting. The board unanimously recommended that City Council approve a resolution calling for support of the grant application and a commitment to help fund the local match. City Council's consideration in May of 2016 included comments from 18 speakers. The issues raised and discussed at the public hearing included concerns over the potential risks to public health and safety resulting from exposure to radioactive contamination at the Rocky Flat sites, and concerns over the ecological impact of trail construction. Opportunities discussed included the greater access to trails, how an underpass would create safer conditions to cross 128, and former council member Morzell, who had been working for decades representing the city and working with elected officials on the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council and its predecessors, emphasized the importance of the project as a way to demonstrate Boulder's willingness to make commitments to shared objectives with our neighbors and neighboring municipalities. Also discussed was how the grant and partnership resulted in responsible use of taxpayer funds because of the relatively low cost to the city compared with the overall cost of the project. So the overall cost of the project is in the neighborhood of about $4 million. The cost to the city is about $94,000, so about 2.4% of the overall cost of the project. The outcome of that meeting was that council approved resolution 1182, conditionally supporting Boulder's participation in the grant proposal for an underpass at Colorado Highway 128, connecting city open space and mountain parks with the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge as part of the Rocky Mountain Greenway Trail project. Council support was conditioned upon factors described in an accompanying set of response guidelines. These conditions included soil testing to address concerns about public health and safety, and environmental analyses and siting requirements to address impacts to ecological resources. And both the response guidelines and the resolution are contained in your packet materials. If council's conditions could be addressed and funding was awarded by FHWA, the response guidelines directed staff to negotiate an IGA between Jefferson County and the other participating local governments to address matters such as funding and other conditions that could affect the project. In March of 2017, the Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, notified Jefferson County that the project had been included in their program for FLAP grant funding, so funding had been awarded. And from 2016 through 2020, staff from the partner agencies took the necessary steps to address responses to council's guidelines and the conditions of approval set forth by the other partners' governing bodies. Most conditions were addressed through the soil sampling and analysis plan and the environmental assessment, which was followed up with a finding of no significant impacts. A full description of how council's conditions in the response guidelines and resolution were met is included as attachment C to today's staff memo for this update. And as I mentioned, the fiscal commitment of the city is estimated about $95,000, well below the $200,000 threshold established in the resolution. Both the City of Boulder and Boulder County's resolution called for the procurement of an independent contractor capable of EPA-approved soil sampling and analysis. This contractor was sought out through Jefferson County's procurement process to develop the sampling and analysis plan to confirm or refute that radionuclide concentrations in the areas to be disturbed for the FLAP grant purposes were below the human health standard established at Rocky Flats. Jefferson County hosted the procurement process and a team assembled, including representatives of health department, selected Engineering Analytics as the contractor. Engineering Analytics developed a draft sampling and analysis plan, or sometimes just called SAP or SAP, that was made available for community review from June through August in 2018. The partnership hosted 2 open houses during the comment period to provide community members with the chance to meet, share information, and ask questions of staff and the consultant team. One open house was held in Boulder, another was held in Westminster. 90 people attended these open houses. In addition to that, a total of 369 responses were received to the online request for input. About a third of those provided technical comments on the sampling and analysis plan. A compendium and public comment and a comment summary was prepared and posted to the Rocky Mountain Greenway website, which is maintained by Jefferson County. And you can see the link for that here on this page. I'm going to hand the presentation over to Jason Andrews to walk you through a brief summary of how the soil sampling was done and the results that were developed through the analysis. So looks like you've already activated, Jason.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, member of council, for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. As Mark indicated, I'm Jason Andrews with Engineering Analytics, and we were the firm that was selected to develop the sampling and analysis plan and complete subsequent sampling. So I'd like to speak to a few slides to speak to the results of that sampling. In front of you, you have the map that we've been looking at for a few minutes here that have the 2 proposed locations for the underpass at 128 and the overpass at Indiana Street. So in early July of 2019, our staff completed sampling, soil sampling at the locations A and B to collect 25 soil samples in agreement with the soil, with the SAP, with the sampling analysis plan. Next slide, please. This table here presents a summary of the results of that sampling completed at Colorado 128, the proposed underpass, and Indiana Street, the proposed overpass. There's been a lot of sampling done in this area for a wide variety of projects. We've completed sampling for other projects out there as well. However, I want to focus on these 2 locations for the purpose of my presentation at this time. I want to work across the top row. So I want to spend a few minutes on this slide and just kind of define some of the terms that are presented there and kind of walk through what's trying to be shown here. So obviously the sampled area, I think that's fairly self-explanatory. Those are the 2 locations we saw in the prior map. The next row over is the sample maximum. So that's the maximum result we saw for plutonium 239 and 240 in the respective areas. So for this column would be Colorado 128 and Indiana Street. So you can see that sample maximum. Our maximum sample result for those plutonium isotopes was 0.045 picocuries per gram at Colorado 128. And working to the next column, I'm going to kind of stay with 128 for now, not to mix and match. Then we'll come back and talk about Indiana Street here in a second. And this says the project sample is less than background. So the background were established from the RIFS process, which is the remedial investigation feasibility study work done back in 2006, which was part of the whole process to clean up and determine what the cleanup standards would be. That was completed back a number of years ago. So you can see here at Colorado 128, the background levels that were established, our samples came back less than background. And then we move to the next column and says sample mean less than the RIFS mean. The RIFS mean, once again, that's the project or the process and the report that was done by Kaiser Hill in 2006. That's the mean of their sample. So our sample mean results were less than their sample mean results. And then if we move over to the next one, we have our project sample mean is less than historic maximum results, or our project maximum results are less than the project maximum results. Their max results in this particular area were 7.25 picocuries per gram. You can see that the maximum results from the left-hand column that we obtained were 0.045, so significantly less than the maximum results that were retained from past sampling. And then we get all the way over to the right column, and I think this is kind of where the rubber meets the road for a lot of people is that are the sample results less than the cleanup standard that was established as part of the Rocky Flats cleanup agreement. And the Rocky Flats cleanup agreement came up with a standard of 50 picocuries per gram. So we can see here as we're evaluating this and working across these columns here from left to right, our maximum is less than the cleanup standard. Our maximum is also less than the past historic maximum. And then our mean is also less than their mean, and our max is less than background. So kind of working through that. And we can do the same process through Indiana Street as we come down. Our sample maximum for Indiana Street was higher than background for the site-wide background. However, it was less than the mean, and it was also less than prior maximum results for that particular area, which was about 49 picocuries per gram. So we're a little less than half of what it was, or what was the prior maximum measured. And then coming to the right column again, once again, we are less than the 50 picocuries per gram. So when we went through this process, we're trying to look at how does the sampling here, how do the results compare to what was used to establish the cleanup criteria? What was the maximum, what were the means, and in the background, and how do we compare to that? So if I can get the next slide, please. So our conclusions are, as working through these results and looking at the results that we had in comparison to those max, the mean, and the cleanup standards that were established for the site, we did not see any indication that there's a higher risk level than presented in the 2006 Kaiser Hill report, which is that RIFS report, or that remedial investigation feasibility study report, or the DOE 2017 report that allowed, both those reports allowed for public access and unrestricted use for the site. Now the DOE report, that 2017 report, that is a 5-year review that is part of the CERCLA process. And that was the 4th time that 5-year review had been done in that report. So they went back and every 5 years, they go back and reevaluate to make sure that the criteria that were used to establish the cleanup are still being met as part of that process. Mark, that concludes my remarks.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jason. I would say also that in the packet materials are corresponding information for the other radionuclides that were present on the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge site. We chose to highlight the results for plutonium because of the level of community concerns associated with that radionuclide, sorry. I'll now quickly describe the recent actions by the other partners and staff's next step. After withdrawing from the Jefferson Parkway project in February of 2020, the city and county of Broomfield withdrew from participation in the FLAMP grant project in October of 2020. In their resolution, it stated that the reasons for their withdrawal were due to new concerns about the level of plutonium detected at the Indiana Street crossing through soil sampling and other Rocky Flats related issues. Broomfield's withdrawal did not have a significant fiscal impact to the city as they were not contributing to the match for the Colorado Highway 128 underpass, just the Indiana Street underpass. In November of 2020, the Fish and Wildlife Service issued a finding of no significant impact on the project based upon the environmental assessment that had been prepared. In December of 2020, Jefferson County Board of Commissioners approved a draft IGA requiring, in addition to some standard conditions that had been developed, that radionuclide testing would occur during construction, that there would be testing protocols developed with the assistance of the Colorado, and I have it misspelled here, I'm sorry, Department of Public Health and Environment and Jeffco Public Health, and that the testing costs would be shared among the partners. The estimated additional fiscal impact of this testing requirement set by the Jeffco commissioners to the city is about estimated to be about $6,600. Then in February of this year, Westminster approved participation in the IGA, followed by Arvada earlier this month, and then just last week, Boulder County approved participation in the IGA. So we're the partner remaining, and as I'll present here, staff's next steps would be to negotiate and execute the IGA, participate in Federal Highway Administration-led design and engineering and construction of the trail connections, and work with the partners to develop and execute agreements regarding operation and maintenance of the crossing. As we look further into the future, the Rocky Mountain Greenway keeps going. We would participate in Boulder County-led efforts to establish the route northward to Boulder and from Boulder to Lyons, and work with transportation and mobility, actually working with DK, who you heard from earlier, to finalize the route through the city of Boulder on existing multi-use trails, paths, and bikeways. And so that's the end of the staff presentation, and we'll just stop now for questions. And so that I can see everyone, I'm going to close the presentation for now because I don't know how to see folks with it on.
Great. So thank you, Mark, for the presentation. I want to say thank you to all of our partners who are here from other organizations. Thanks for being here. And with that, I will turn to council and see if there are any questions. Mark?
Yeah, I have 3 or 4 questions. We've been getting a lot of emails that are addressing this issue again. And I guess my question is there is there anything new out there, or is this simply relitigating something we properly examined and resolved at an earlier stage? Because I don't follow the science all that well.
I think that it's the position of staff, at least, that the public hearing held in 2016 provided community members an opportunity to share with council their input. Many of the issues related in general to concerns about access to the Rocky Flats area and risks associated with exposure to radioactivity are messages that are the same. To the degree that there is new information out there, as Jason said, there's been a lot of sampling conducted for the Jefferson Parkway, for the trails on the refuge, for the connections. And each of these sampling events have resulted in new results. And so there is new information associated with those. However, as those have happened, we've been in consultation with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and would be happy to have Lindsay Masser, who happens to be here today, respond if you had comments or questions about the degree to which the results of that more recent testing are new information.
Well, I want to go back to your slide regarding the levels that were found at Route 128 versus the other overpass.
Indiana Street.
Thank you so much. Indiana Street. I couldn't read my own handwriting. Are you at all concerned that at 128, the maximum level appears to be, using my shaky math, less than 1/1000th of the cleanup level, but at Indiana Street, the maximum level appears to be only 1/2 of the cleanup level. There seems to be a big disparity in what we're finding at the two locations. Am I misunderstanding?
What I can say, Mark, and then I'll open it to Lindsay or David Lucas from Fish and Wildlife, is that what we were directed to do by council was to do confirmatory sampling, so that what we were looking for were levels of contamination by radionuclides that exceeded the public health standards set by the regulatory agencies. We did not find that. We did see a range of levels of contamination, but none that exceeded those standards. So I don't know if that's a direct answer to your question, but that's what we were asked to do, and that's what we did, and that's what the results say.
Well, then let me ask you one more question, which is, assuming we go forward, is there going to be any ongoing testing to ensure that there's no change in condition, particularly at Indiana Street, where the margins seem to be much lower in terms of maximum results found versus cleanup standards?
Mark, I believe your question was, could you repeat the question in terms of what would our response be? Is that what you're asking?
Well, no. As we go forward, because the margin for error, at least at Indiana Street, is so much less, is there contemplated any ongoing testing or subsequent testing to make sure the conditions have not changed?
No. What we're planning to do on the basis of Jefferson County's direction is to do air quality monitoring for radionuclides during construction. And we haven't developed the protocols for that, but we're currently working with the Health Department, Jefferson County, and with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to do that. But there's no further soil testing planned. And Jason Andrews is kind of on board, ready to maybe provide a better answer to your previous question, if you'd like.
Yes, certainly.
Jason, could you please?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. The concerns between 128 and Indiana Street with regards to our sampling results in what we've seen. If you look at the historic sampling, historically, there's different exposure units out there as part of the sampling, and a lot of it has to do with wind direction. So at Indiana Street, that's the wind blown exposure unit. The concentrations historically were higher in that unit in that direction. So our sampling results, the trends that we've seen are in agreement with the trends that we're seeing during prior sampling events. So they tend to mirror each other as far as what we would expect to see between the two different sites. So each exposure unit has a different level of sample results, if you will, different concentrations associated with it.
Okay. Well, the only comment I will make is you might want to consider some prospective sampling going forward to make sure that Indiana Street remains well under the level of the cleanup standard.
Yes, definitely appreciate it. And I think Mark had mentioned that we're contemplating at the request of Jeffco to do air sampling during construction. And Mr. Valdez or Ms. Merritt may be able to discuss that more if that piques your interest.
Okay.
And I saw Andrew Valdez's hand up. Andrew, would you like to jump in here?
Yeah, hi everyone. I think I can speak to this. So Andrew Valdez, Jefferson County Open Space Planner. As part of Jefferson County's resolution, we committed to do a dust sampling protocol. And at this point, we actually do have a scope of work that has been reviewed by CDPHE, and we're also willing to make this available to any other public health body that wants to review the work. And sort of the framework of that program is, we've characterized what the residual contamination is in the soils at this point. And we will use that to develop a lung dose model to extrapolate any health risk as a function of dust suspended in the air due to construction. And and this will be accomplished through particulate matter sensors. And then as a double check, we will actually take the dust collected after the project and take it for laboratory analysis to confirm the model was accurate.
Thank you. I'm done, Sam.
Super. Next we have Rachel and Junie. Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, for the presentation. And my questions are probably similar to Mark Wallach's, so thanks for bearing with me. But we have received a lot of emails and feedback with health concerns around this project, and they're understandable and sound pretty alarming. So I just wanted to clarify a few things. When the decision was made in 2016, it sounds like, but I want to confirm, did it include public hearing and robust engagement and board feedback and input?
Yes, it did, Rachel. The Open Space Board of Trustees held a public hearing. There were updates both to the board and to council prior to that. And then City Council held a public hearing at which 18 members of the community spoke. Some folks who were representing the Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center, as I said, people with concerns about the public health risks associated that they, and then as well, there were representative of the Boulder Area Trail Coalition and the Boulder Mountain Biking Alliance who expressed support for the project as well. So there was community involvement from a range of perspectives.
All right, that's helpful. Those are kind of the same perspectives we're getting now. So would you say that the concerns that we're hearing now have been were vetted by the council and OSBT in 2016? Are they pretty similar or are they new?
I would say the general concerns are very much the same.
Okay. And then a couple maybe technical questions like Councilmember Wallach said, this is not my area of expertise with the science and understanding some of the soil sample results and things, but I'm pretty sure it showed that the soil sample results showed that the levels are going down. Is that a very basic yes? The levels are trending in the right direction?
I don't know that the information shows that. I would pass that to Jason to respond to.
Yeah, the concentrations shown on the figure are lower. That's correct.
Okay.
However, I wouldn't go so far to say that they're trending down due to radioactivity and radionuclide behavior. They have a pretty long half-life, so we can't necessarily make the leap to say that there's some attenuation or decrease in what's out there.
Okay. And like, how do the numbers that you're seeing there compare to like what you would find in my backyard? Would I have any? Like, is there some just in any reading that you do, or is the fact that there's any mean that's unusual?
Yeah, and Ms. Masters may be able to address this better than you. She's with the CDPHE statewide, but plutonium is a man-made substance, if you will. It's part of the nuclear arms race, right? And it's my understanding that there's plutonium kind of worldwide as a result of a lot of the above ground testing that went on during that process. So it's during that fallout process. So yeah, there is quote unquote background plutonium globally as a result of that testing. I don't know specifically what's in your backyard, but it is found globally.
Okay.
Rachel, would it be okay if I called on Lindsay Masters?
Yeah, absolutely.
From CDPHE. She's been texting. So Lindsay, would you mind answering Rachel's question, or at least what you're putting in the text?
Sure, of course. So I'm Lindsay Masters. I'm the CDPHE regulator for the Central Operable Unit. That's the DOE plant area that we still oversee in partnership with EPA. I do provide some technical information and resources to members of the public and local government, so I'm happy to help and be here tonight. So Councilwoman Friend, in brief, you're correct. There is plutonium distributed globally. That's from the fallout of various atmospheric nuclear weapons tests in the Pacific, Nevada test site. It is indeed multiple times above background at Rocky Flats, but it is within the federal risk range. And so we as regulators were bound by laws and regulations. And in the case of a CERCLA site, a Superfund site, there's something in federal regulations that says for carcinogens, environmental contaminants like plutonium, you have to meet a federal risk range. It's not a hard number. It depends on site. It depends on the contaminant. But those numbers that we see are compliant with that federal risk range. They are indeed multiple times what you might find in your backyard, assuming that's consistent with data I've seen. If you want to know the exact kind of background numbers in the area, I can find that and email that to the council. I have that data somewhere if you'd just like that to compare to the numbers you're seeing for the Greenway.
Sure, that's great. That would be welcome. So keeping with that theme, Broomfield City and County cited, according to the slide we saw, numerous concerns about level of plutonium in soil sampling. And I guess I'm just wondering, given the information that we have that like the rates didn't increase, say, and they're within their proper ranges, where are those concerns coming from? Or given that they had previously signed on, what was the best case scenario for these soil samplings, or sort of, do we have an explanation for if they signed on and it doesn't sound like things have gotten worse, what changed their approach here?
Well, I can't unpack Broomfield's approach, so I'll perhaps defer to someone working on the Greenway project, but I will say that Jason is correct. You wouldn't anticipate that plutonium or other metals would degrade over time. There are certain chemicals like volatile organic compounds, dry cleaning chemicals. When they're exposed to sunlight, they can degrade or be treated. Other types of contaminants, they'll persist for thousands of years, and plutonium will do that. So I will defer to perhaps Jason. I'm not sure who the right person would be to address the more regulatory, or excuse me, political part of that question.
Okay, thanks.
I think what we know is what was placed in the resolution, Rachel. We don't know elements associated. The resolution makes reference to a previous study session at which a wide range of information was presented, including by community members, by many of the same people who are here to respond to your questions. The resolution was passed by consent with no conversation among council members or conversation with the community. So knowing exactly which of those items of conversation that came up, it's pretty difficult for us to say as staff. There may be council members who have had the opportunity to speak with your counterparts in Broomfield that would know more about motivations.
Okay, thanks. Just two more questions. Are we being asked to take any action? I assume that we're already in the IGA. Has something changed? Or if we do nothing, will we just proceed along with the 2016 direction?
We staff is prepared to proceed according to the direction that council provided in the resolution in 2016.
Okay. And then last question. By us taking action, if we were to say, let's drop out of this IGA, would our decision have any impact on the Rocky Flats or Greenway being used for recreation or being open to cyclists? It's my understanding that we're more limited to considering funding a bike underpass and not really any of the bigger decisions about whether that is an appropriate place to recreate. Is that accurate?
It's correct that the city's choice on how to proceed and next steps wouldn't affect the fact that the trails on the refuge will remain open for public use and access. There probably would be some complexities associated with the grant and arrangements, because where the underpass ends up is City of Boulder land managed as open space. The trail is a shared, runs along a shared abandoned right-of-way, the Colton Trail. So that would also have implications. And I know that Andrew Valdez is prepared to give some other responses of some of the implications if the city were to withdraw from this commitment.
Okay, thanks so much. That's all I have.
So Rachel, I think that's a really important question. I was going to turn to a few people. David Lucas, I saw your hand up. Did you want to speak to anything about whether this would affect trails on Rocky Flats, whether our decision would affect anything about the status of trail access at Rocky Flats?
Well, Mayor Weaver, it's good to see you. I actually am struggling to use one monitor at home and manage Zoom and chat boxes and everything else. So no, Mark took care of that. I was just preparing myself to answer that. But as he stated, at present, the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge is open. It was required by the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge Act of 2005 that we would accommodate public recreation. We are here, as we've been in the past, seeking support for those regional safe off-road trail connections. And that is really the matter of business right now.
Thank you, David. And then Lindsay, I saw you put something in chat. Lindsay Masters from CDPHE. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yes, I just wanted to state maybe generally, since I'm not sure how familiar everyone is with the Rocky Flats site, the central operable unit, again, that's where the former plant was located. That is still subject to ongoing groundwater monitoring, surface water testing, and has legal land and water use restrictions on it. The refuge lands and the Parkway corridor, from a regulatory perspective, have been released from the Superfund site list, the national priorities list, and have been determined to be suitable for any use. So just for that perspective, that is sort of the regulatory positioning of the wildlife refuge and the Parkway corridor.
Thank you, Lindsay. And then I'll turn to Junie Joseph. You have your hand up.
This is me. Thank you. I just have I have a couple of questions actually. I got a I wanted to ask, do you know anything about any cases going through the court system at this moment for this relating to the Rocky Flats?
I'm going to ask David to respond to that. I believe there may be some court cases associated with the trail system.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilwoman. So I can respond only limited, as we do not discuss ongoing litigation, as you guys wouldn't either. But I think it's very appropriate for me to mention the way that Boulder County's county attorney explained this exact same question, because I'm assuming you got the same, comment from someone. And basically, their county attorney explained the process, that there were several cases were dismissed. Most important was there was a request to block this, the procedural term, I don't know, a stay or whatever the correct legal term is, and that the judge denied that, and that occurred. But there is one outstanding NEPA case out there, and as the county attorney explained, that is a NEPA case, and it's sort of tangential to what we're talking about this evening.
Okay, so I think that's what I wanted to know, is whether it would impact the IGA process moving forward.
According to the county attorney in Boulder, it would not.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that answers that question. I have one more question about the Indiana Street crossing. It's not really a question, but more of a clarification, because from what I'm hearing is that Indiana Street crossing site level of plutonium has not met standard, but at the same time is within the range of Fed risk. So I was just wondering, what standard has it not met?
And Councilwoman Joseph, is that a question for me?
I think it's a question for whoever, yeah.
If I can jump in, I think it's worth clarifying. The 50 picocuries per gram of plutonium in soil has been mentioned as a standard. That's a bit of a misnomer. It is not a currently in effect standard. It is actually something called a soil action level that was used during the cleanup process. It's not a currently in effect standard. It's used as more of a guideline, at least by CDPHE. What is legally binding and what CERCLA type cleanups look at is the federal risk range. And we can delve into soil action levels a little bit, but basically that was a level that was set at the more conservative, the more protective end of the federal risk range during the cleanup process. And that was then used to trigger further evaluation and or remediation potentially during the CERCLA cleanup. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. I think I should have stayed awake more in a science class, but thank you so much. Can I make a comment now, Sam? Or should I wait? Okay.
I'd probably wait if you're okay, Ginny, but Adam.
Thanks, Sam. I had a couple of questions. One, we've gotten in some of these emails questions about whether or not the soil sampling is actually enough to sort of show the potential risk from an actual inhalant. Is there any testing that is directly sort of corresponding to the inhalation of these particles rather than just whether or not they exist in the soil?
I can jump in on that as well, Councilman Swetlick. During the Rocky Flats site investigation and cleanup, there was an actinide migration panel comprised of scientific experts from across the country. And actinide is just another scientific term for radionuclides or radioactive particles, various elements. And they looked at plutonium. This was a contaminant of concern, something that members of the community were very concerned about at the time. And so inhalation and ingestion were specifically considered as part of a comprehensive risk assessment that is required as part of a CERCLA cleanup. You look at human health risk and ecological risks. What are the risks to the environment? That risk assessment, again, looked to see if the cleanup would be compliant with this federal risk range, and it was. And while we have new data from all the soil sampling in 2019, it is consistent with previous soil sampling data and the findings of the cleanup, and does not, would not change the conclusions of the risk assessment. So there was inhalation and ingestion that was considered. There have also been various cancer incident studies that have been conducted by our cancer registry. That's not a direct measure of inhalation risk, but it's looking at real epidemiological data and health impact scenarios. We also have some information from other studies looking at risks to animals, et cetera. So there was specific consideration as the ultimate takeaway there. Also, with respect to the parkway and our 2020 parkway analysis, there was a dose model. So you can think about radiation a couple different ways. There's radioactivity, which is what we're talking about with soil sampling. There might be 5 picocuries per gram of plutonium in surface soil. That measures radioactivity in the environment. But then you want to understand, what does that mean to human health? And so you look at radiation dose, and that dose measurement takes into account the various effects of different types of radiation, like alpha particles versus beta or gamma radiation, and potential impacts on different types of organs. So our parkway analysis did look at that as well and determined that even if you had this 264 picocurie per gram sample everywhere, this hypothetical model said, well, let's assume worst case, this is down to 6 feet everywhere. Would that trigger some kind of exceedance of a dose standard for the state radiation program? And looking at that hypothetical worst case scenario, it was still well below dose regulations.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. My other question is a little bit more general, just because I'm not as familiar with the trails themselves. I realize people are already recreating on this area. Clearly, there is a higher risk of plutonium inhalation than in your average place you would go biking in Colorado. Is there any signage or indication of that risk, even if it may be, technically within the range of safe? It's different and exceeds your average area. So just wondering about that.
There, Adam, there are signs at the trailhead parking areas and access points to the refuge, detailing the history of the site. I know that we provided an update to council, I think it was a number of years ago, with the actual wording of those signs. So I don't know if it actually outlines that there is a greater risk, but there's information about the history of the site. David Lucas probably knows a lot more about what the signs actually say.
Councilman, I cannot, without doing a little more research, tell you exactly what is on said sign. But yeah, Mark is correct. According to our plans, we will maintain signage on the history and the background, as well as regulations and other things at all trailheads, even the new ones being created under FLAP. I think the sign actually articulates well that there is a history related to the production of radioactive nuclear war materials. And I believe there is a discussion about risk on there. I don't think it necessarily says exactly what you are saying, that the risk is higher than maybe a different trail. But it definitely explains in general terms where you are coming and the history associated with it. And it also provides, links to additional information.
Gotcha. Okay. I wasn't sure what to expect. I just wanted to know
I have
approximately what was said.
Of it. I can either display that text here, I have it, or send it to the council members if you'd like.
And Mark,
if you could send it.
Yeah, send it. That's fine. And is that all, Adam?
Yeah, that's all for me. Thanks, Sam.
And I only have one question, and that I think is probably to you, Mark. I know you're busy, and you may have to punt it to somebody else, but on slide 15, which is the trail crossing soil sampling results, it has a column that says project samples less than background. What does that mean that there's a check mark in there?
That means that the project samples, even the maximum project samples, came in less than the background level for that site that has been established for the site. So if you need more than that, I am going to have to ask Jason or Lindsay perhaps to respond.
Yeah, Jason or Lindsay, if you could explain what the background is, that would be great.
Yes, so I'll take that one. Background, I think, is used there. I didn't develop this presentation, but I think what it's referring to is that global fallout, that global level, which does have some geographic variation from atmospheric nuclear weapons testing. So during the Cold War, when France, the United States, Russia exploded all these bombs above ground on various islands in the Nevada desert, that threw a bunch of radionuclides up into the air, and that then fell back down on the surface of the Earth and it's everywhere on the face of the planet in some concentration.
Super. And so just wanting to cut to the chase, this is less than the background of plutonium that was measured for the 0.05 picocuries per gram, 0.045. So is the background apples to apples? We're talking about plutonium background, which is fallout from past nuclear testing.
The background presented here, Mr. Mayor, is the background that was established in the RFS report from 2006 based upon their sampling for the site. So the background value here is 0.066 for the site in this area. And we're specifically talking about the plutonium 239-240 in this instance.
That's the example. That's the answer. I was looking to get clarification. Thank you. That's all my questions. So, Mark, are we ready to turn to council for discussion? Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, we'll follow up with the information on the background levels of plutonium that Rachel requested and the language on the sign that Councilmember Swetlick requested.
Thank you very much. And Rachel, when you're interested, I have some answers to questions you raised, but if you have comments, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to kick off comments unless it's out of order now.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So as someone new to council who wasn't here in 2016, I appreciate this background. And it seemed to me that it was mostly those of us who are new who had questions. So not totally surprising, but I do support underpasses for cyclist and pedestrian safety. And it sounds to me like that is the only thing before council, and that we already decided to modestly contribute to the funding of the underpasses in 2016. So for me, I think it's important when we give our word on something as council and nothing significant changes, that we need to honor our commitments. Otherwise, I think that regional partners are left holding the bag, and I would assume that that erodes trust that people would have in the city of Boulder as well. It also would have meant that we, if we were to pull out, would have asked staff to do work and then changed direction. And I think that erodes staff trust in council, and we certainly want to promote staff trust. And lastly, I think that if we were to reopen this and relitigate it, it would eat up a lot of our time, and it is not something that is really a big project that's before the city. I think in the next item up, we'll be discussing bumping the library district efforts. We already have kind of too much on our plate to get through, so I'd be very hesitant to relitigate an issue that a previous council decided unless something significant changed, or unless a previous council made a very gross misstep. But here it sounds like we're just doing an underpass and that the soil sample tests came in at an acceptable range and that nothing significant has really changed. So that's my input is I think no decision really needs to be made on this because a previous council already made it. So thanks.
Anyone else? Junie.
Yeah, thank you. I think the conversation tonight has answered a lot of my questions, and I really appreciate the memo as well. And I do respect the decision of the previous council, but of course, I'm still concerned because, again, as I mentioned, another city not too far away withdrew out of concern for the plutonium level in one site. So to me, that's still very concerning, again, but I still respect the decision that was made by the previous council.
Super. And if it's okay, I'll jump in here. I'm a representative on the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. And one thing that I'll say is the sampling results that we see here that talk about Colorado 128 and Indiana Street are pretty consistent, as Jason Andrews said, with the wind patterns and the distribution of the plutonium on the site. So one of the reasons I believe that Broomfield withdrew is because Broomfield's support was around the Indiana Street crossing. And Broomfield also has land, which is not too far away from the Indiana Street crossing, which is going to be potentially developed. And so one of the discussions Broomfield has to have is, do they allow residential development close to the site where that Indiana Street crossing would be? So anyway, there's a little context for Broomfield. I asked the mayor of Broomfield if he could give me background on it. And so I think the level of concern, the radioactivity at the Indiana Street crossing, as you can see, is many orders of magnitude, like 500 times higher than what is at the 128 crossing. So I think there is more concern around what's going on at Indiana Street, and that's consistent with the wind patterns, and I think also with the water transport of some of the waste that was there. I guess I would also say that the fact that the project samples less than the background is quite telling. That is one reason I have very little concern about the 128 crossing. And this testing is part of the conditions that council put on it in 2016. We wanted to see these results before going forward. And then I think further what Jefferson County has done in addition, which is that extra $6,000 or so, is a requirement that there be testing during the construction, radionuclide testing during construction, which is an additional level of safety. So I agree with Rachel and Junie generally with what they said, but I will also go a bit further and say that unless something is detected during construction, that I think the chance of being hit by a car crossing this road is much greater than dying of cancer because of an exposure that you got while you were on the Rocky Flats Wildlife Refuge. So I think we're actually doing something that's quite responsible with having done the pre-testing. And then as we support the construction of the underpass, Jeffco will be monitoring what's found during testing during construction. So I think that we're proceeding prudently. And I think that what Rachel said about, wanting to give people a way to cross dangerous roadways on bikes and other mobility is more important in a sense because the refuge is open. Aaron.
Well, I'm going to mostly reiterate the point you just made, though, just really quickly. I have talked to people in the community who are concerned about this a number of times, and I appreciate their concern and advocacy. I think fundamentally it comes down to the question of relative risk, about what is the most dangerous thing and what is the most dangerous path that we pursue. And the trails at the refuge are open, and people will go from our trails to those trails. And the question is whether we're increasing people's risk by building an underpass in between those trails or decreasing people's risk. And busy roads like that are extremely dangerous. And I think that we are on balance, decreasing people's risk by giving them a safe way to connect between two existing trail systems that are open. And that's really our only threshold question here, I think. So I respect people's concerns, but I think we're not adding to people's risks overall by doing this.
Thank you, Aaron. Anyone else? All right, seeing no other comments, Mark, I turn to you. Do you have the direction you need from council?
I believe so. I'll double check with Dan if you're still online, and I believe we've got what we need, council.
Yeah, I think we're good. Thank you, council.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
And thank you to all the other agencies that were here supporting this tonight. Much appreciated. Okay, with that, Alicia, back to you.
All right, sir. Next, we have matters from the mayor and members of council, which is the scheduling discussion for April 20th and May 4th regular meetings.
Very good, thank you. And I apologize, I failed to do something that we talked about at CAC on that last subject, but it can be done right now, which is for council members who had talked about wanting more background and so on Rocky Flats. You can make a request to CAC if you would like us to think about when to schedule something additional. I did not want to not respond to Junie's request at the last council meeting that there be an opportunity to discuss whether we should have more discussion or a session on Rocky Flats. So I just want to put out there that if you would like that, send a note to CAC, I'll bring it back to council and we can discuss it. But Junie had asked for it last Tuesday, and I just want to make sure that we don't ignore that. If others, or Junie, if you'd like to speak now, if you're interested in any additional work on Rocky Flats before the end of this council, you should let CAC know. And Junie, do you have anything you want to say about that? Okay, very good. And then the last two items, CAC decided, but I wanted to bring them to council just to make sure everyone had a chance to weigh in. And the first one of those is April 20th. We had two huge items on. We had the discussion of the library district and we had CU South. And there was no way, the meeting was already scheduled at 5.5 hours, and that was with 90 minutes for CU South. And per the note we got from Mark Wallach, CEC took into consideration all of that. And because the library district discussion did not have a timeline or any deadlines that would be affected by moving that, we chose to move that off and keep CU South on and extend the time to 120 minutes for CU South at the April 20th meeting. I just wanted to bring that to council because I know that the library district discussion is very important to a lot of people in the community and on council. So if you have an objection or want to talk about it, this is your opportunity if you have input on that schedule adjustment. Aaron.
I think that makes sense. I know there are a lot of people who are going to be disappointed to have the library district discussion put off, but I think if we tackled both of them, we'd be doing, in one evening, we'd be doing both issues a disservice. So I think it's the better thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Rachel.
When is the library rescheduled for?
It is on May 18th currently.
Okay, and I guess I would just say let's commit to not rescheduling it again. Because it already got bumped once, this will be twice, right? I think. No.
I don't remember. It's all a blur recently, Rachel.
It is a blur. At any rate, I hate to see things get bumped and bumped. So that would be my vote for CAC is don't do that to the library discussion again, please.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Mark.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's just important that we not push something else to that May discussion so that we can give the library district conversation its due. And I just don't think that it's fair to have people waiting around till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night for subjects as important as either one of these would be. And each one is a headliner and deserves the attention of a headliner. So, but I support Rachel's suggestion that we try to stay firm on this one, and whatever else we want to put on that date, we be careful about and move something else off if necessary, not just continually kicking this can down the road.
Okay, very good. And currently, just FYI, with it moved to May 18th at 120 minutes, it's a 4.5-hour meeting, so perfectly in line with our scheduling. So as far as we know, it should be able to hold that. So got that. And then the only other items I wanted to call to everyone's attention that came out of CAC is on May 4th, we discussed the Marpa House hearing. And that we have it down. And there had been some discussion about separating it so that we did the public hearing, staff presentation, applicant presentation, and public hearing on one night, and then continue the meeting. And on another night, which would be the week after, have a special meeting in which we take the time to just deliberate and make a decision. So that's just a heads up that on May 4th, the approach where CAC landed on for Marpa House is presentations and public hearing and questions on the 4th. And then on the 11th, we have a special meeting, and part of that special meeting is deliberations. Wanted to make sure we're all good with that. Okay, very good. Tom, I see that you came up. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, just watching.
Okay, super. Bob?
Yeah, I just had another scheduling item that I wanted to throw out there. And this is for April 27th. We are scheduled to receive a briefing from the staff on our current financial situation, which is great, and I was looking forward to those. But I also am aware of the fact that we're waiting to hear guidelines from federal government on use of funds that we will receive under the latest Aid Act, and it sounds like we may not have that information by April 27th. So I guess I just throw out to I think the Financial Strategy Committee is meeting later this week. Perhaps if it still looks like we won't have that guidance by April 27th, it might make some sense to have our financial presentation when we have the guidance from the federal government, because otherwise we're going to have two discussions. We'll have one on April 27th, and they'll say, this is the situation. We have some money coming in, but we don't know what we can do about it. And then we're going to have another discussion when we know what we can do with it. So if we want to be efficient, we might think about postponing that financial discussion by 2 or 3 weeks, whatever. Yvette seems to be pretty keyed in on when we're going to get guidance. So I really kind of defer to CAC and the Financial Strategy Committee on that. I want to throw that out as a suggestion.
Great. And we did discuss that at CAC as an item that we wanted to track as part of this. So Chris, maybe I'll turn to you. I think what we decided at CAC was we wanted to get the status of the American Rescue Plan funding at that financial update, but we weren't sure that we necessarily needed to fold it in. Do you have any thoughts on whether we'd want to postpone that financial update to later?
Yeah, I appreciate Bob's recommendation or suggestion on that. I think it's important to still have that financial update because it's really the beginning of the context as we go through the summer in terms of the budget development. Right now, what the U.S. Treasury has said is that the guidance will come out somewhere around May 10th. So assuming that guidance comes out on time, or if it's a little bit delayed, then there's going to be time to absorb and analyze all of that guidance. So I think that really puts us probably too far into the summer to hold our financial update. But I think what we can do is once we get more clarity on maybe the timing of that guidance, we can work with CAC to find when the appropriate update to council could be.
That makes sense. I didn't realize it was that far out. So it does now make sense to have our financial update as scheduled at the end of April, and then sounds like maybe a late May or early June report on the federal aid. Thanks.
But we have asked staff to tell us what they know on April 27th about the American Rescue Plan. And we do know a rough dollar figure, for instance, so we can throw that in the hopper, but we don't know what it can be spent on yet. There's one more item there has been ongoing conversation about Senate Bill 62. We made a determination at the last council meeting, have carried that forward. There was a meeting today between Senator Fenberg, Carl Castillo, a few representatives from the ACLU, Junie, and myself, at which we discussed the amendments that we had requested. And we are supposed to hear back and receive language on at least 2 of those, and potentially 3, within the next week or 2. So I can keep you updated about that as we get language. I'll be sure and put it on hotline and share it so that the public knows, as long as that's okay with the sponsors who provide that. So just a heads up, there is ongoing conversation where Junie and I and Carl at least tried, and I'm sorry, Chief Harold was there as well. So we tried to communicate kind of the detail behind what council had said, and we are now in a mode where I think they understand it, and Junie can add in here if there's more that we need, but I think they understand our concerns clearly. They understand the requests clearly, and will be coming back to us with, we think, language for 2 of them and maybe a yes or no on the 3rd. Junie, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to give you that update. And when I send, the information that we get back out to council, it may be time to consider what we want to do with that. But I just wanted to give you a status update on that. And the DA Doherty could not attend, as it turned out today, but he did have some input that came by email. So that's all the scheduling items and loose ends I've got. Anything else from staff, council? Okay, with that, we are adjourned early, 10:21, so pretty good for us. You guys have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
All right.